rise. You can be seated. All right, we're back in cause number CR 14,024. States counsel table, defendants present as well as Mr. St. John, Mr. Moore, and Mr. Isom. Are we ready to proceed this morning? Mr. Nash.
Yes, Your Honor, we're ready.
Yes, Your Honor. All right, the jury's not in the courtroom at this time. We're going to go ahead and bring them in. All right, you can be seated in the courtroom. Everything all right with the jury over the evening? All right, the jury's back in the jury box this morning. We're ready to proceed. Mr. Nash, call your next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Ranger Michael Adcock.
Ranger, if you'll have a seat in this black chair, you were present and sworn yesterday, were you not? You were not sworn? All right, if you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly promise and swear that the testimony you are providing this cause now on trial is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right, if you'll have a seat in that chair. You may proceed.
Morning, Ranger.
Morning.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury?
I'm Michael Adcock
And where do you currently live, Ranger?
in Athens, Texas.
And I guess I'm calling you Ranger. We kind of know what you do for a living. Could you explain to the jury your profession and your professional training and background?
Yes, sir. I'm employed by the Texas Department of Public Safety. I'm assigned to the Texas Ranger Division as a Ranger and stationed in Athens. My primary duties are for Henderson and Van Zandt County. We help local agencies investigate major crimes. We do public and corruption investigations, and we help them with their crime scene investigations on major crimes.
Okay, and that's what basically the Texas Rangers do, is help local law enforcement investigate crimes.
Yes, sir.
And now you're stationed out of Athens, you say?
Yes, sir.
You have roots in this area, do you not?
Yes, sir. I grew up here in Stephenville.
And what kind of law enforcement training and experience did you have prior to becoming a member of the Texas Rangers Division?
I started off my career back in 1988 with the Hyco Police Department. I started out as a reserve, worked my way up to lieutenant, and then shortly thereafter I was promoted to chief police there in Hyco. I served that position for about 4 years, and then I was hired on with DPS and assigned to the Highway Patrol Division and stationed in Fairfield. And I was there for about 8 years. I did accident reconstruction while I was there, traveled in my district, reconstruction major crashes. Then I promoted into our criminal intelligence service and spent 4 years in Garland. And then from there I promoted in the Ranger service and initially stationed in Cleburne. I stayed there for about 1.5 years and then transferred to Athens.
When you made Ranger, what kind of training was involved in your initial work as a Texas Ranger?
We have basic Ranger school that we go through, which is primarily, first part of it is just the investigation classes that we attend. Then we attend extensive firearms training. Then they put us through a 3-week basic crime scene school where we have a full week that we learn how to use the camera, do all sorts of different types of photographs, low light photographs, flash, non-flash, manipulate the camera. Then we go through a week where we just process fingerprints, latent fingerprints. We do shoe impressions, collection, packaging. Then we have a final exam where we have a mock crime scene that we actually have to go and process and put all our techniques that we've learned together at the very end.
Okay, and so you have extensive training in crime scene processing itself, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And just in general terms, what special processes and skills are needed in order to effectively secure and process a crime scene?
It's just different aspects. You've received a lot of training and developing latent prints, how to detect trace evidence, how to lift trace evidence, how to process any kind of impressions. I've had more training than those 3 weeks. We have also gone through a hazardous material crime scene training, which was a 40-hour class where we learned how to work in an environment where we have to have special suits on to develop and process that evidence. And I just recently graduated from a 10-week National Forensic Academy in Tennessee.
And does the Texas Rangers Division have specialized equipment that local agencies may not have for crime scene processing?
Yes, sir. Here in Company B, where I'm stationed at, we acquired a seized horse trailer that was seized because it was hauling narcotics. We converted that over into our crime scene trailer, which we have all sorts of equipment on there. We have a total station, which is what we use to produce a two-dimensional map. It's the same instrument that surveyors use. We've got a sphere-on camera that takes a 360-degree photograph. We've got an alternate light source, so it helps us detect trace evidence and latent fingerprints after we process those. We've got various other items on there. We've got a Polaris ATV to help us get out in the rural areas sometimes that we have to get.
Now, particularly in a crime scene that involves shooting victims, what steps do you take when you first arrive at a crime scene?
Well, we just overall assess what we have. We go in and take overall photographs, and then we go back and take mid-range photographs of evidence or victims or anything that pertains to that crime scene, and then we go in and take close-up photographs of items of evidence without any kind of markers or anything. Then we go back after we've identified all the evidence. We place markers, evidence markers by the evidence, and we go back and we re-photograph those items of evidence.
Now, Ranger, rarely are the Rangers the first law enforcement officers on the scene of a major crime. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Do you make inquiries of law enforcement officers who have previously or already secured the scene about what steps have been taken to ensure its integrity, as well as ascertain what evidence may have been disturbed?
Yes, sir, we do.
And you do that just by visiting with the officers?
Yes, sir.
And you take it from there?
Yes, sir.
Did you have occasion to participate in the investigation of a shooting death that happened, or 2 shooting deaths that happened at Routh Creek Lodge on February 2nd, 2013?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you become involved in that investigation?
I received a phone call, I believe it was on a Saturday evening. I was at home. I received a phone call from my lieutenant and advised me that I needed to respond to that location and assist with the processing of the crime scene.
And where were you when you received that notification?
I was at my residence.
Okay, so you were out in East Texas, Athens area?
Yes, sir.
Did you take equipment with you in order to assist you in processing that crime scene?
Yes, sir. I took my state-issued vehicle that I had my own crime scene equipment also, but also Ranger Brent Davis, who's stationed in Tyler. That's where our crime scene trailer is housed. He responded with that along with me.
So when you have a major crime scene, Rangers from all over the state come in to help sometimes.
Yes, sir.
Like in Routh County, we have a Texas Ranger assigned to us in another county. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And that's Ranger Danny Briley?
Yes, sir.
But when he needs help, he calls all hands on deck.
Yes, sir.
So you came this way, and then Ranger Brent Davis brought the trailer.
Yes, sir.
And from all outward appearances, it's just a horse trailer.
Yes, sir, it is.
But inside, it has all the sophisticated equipment you need to properly process a scene.
Yes, sir, it does.
About when did you arrive at the Routh Creek Lodge?
I want to say around in between 10 and 11 that evening.
Okay. So the scene had been, it was dark when you arrived.
Yes, sir.
Did you visit and make inquiries of the law enforcement who had already secured the scene about how it was when they found it?
Yes, sir, I did.
And were you satisfied that the scene had been effectively secured from the time of the first response of law enforcement?
Yes, sir. When I first arrived, the front gate was secured and had an officer there that had started a crime scene log that was checking law enforcement into the scene. So that was the first primary perimeter of the crime scene. And as I got in there, the crime scene, the inner crime scene, was buried off with crime scene tape and secured.
Okay. And which agency had taken possession of the crime scene?
I believe Routh County Sheriff's Office.
Were you satisfied that they effectively and competently handled the security of that crime scene?
Yes, sir, it was.
And so then you took it from there.
Yes, sir.
What did you find when you arrived at the crime scene?
I found 2 male individuals that had multiple gunshot wounds. I had numerous shell casings. There was a shooting covered deck that was approximately 12 by 62 feet. It was covered with metal tin. It had a gray composite material plank flooring, and multiple firearms and ammunition that were on the back deck of that structure.
By the time you arrived, had all medical personnel and emergency personnel left the scene?
Yes, sir.
What steps did you first take once you arrived at the sports shooting range?
I met Ranger Don Stoner and Ranger Tony Bradford were already on the scene prior to my arrival. I met with them because they'd already assessed what the scene was. Ranger Stoner had already started the process of videotaping the scene and then documented with the digital photographs also.
Okay, so and is that normal, proper procedure?
Yes, sir, it is.
With modern high-resolution photography, we can get a snapshot of exactly the way things were.
Yes, sir.
It must have been harder in the old days, probably before your time, when they didn't have such technology.
Yes, sir.
Now, once the videotaping and the photographing of the crime scene was initiated and completed, was your purpose of that to get the crime scene before you started marking things?
Yes, sir, it was.
Okay, and so all these photographs were taken before you did any work with the actual evidence?
Yes, sir.
After you were satisfied you had sufficient photography and video of the crime scene, what steps did you take next?
We always construct a two-dimensional map of the scene and the evidence. We utilized our Sokia total station, which, like I described earlier, is the same instrument that surveyors use to map out property. So we utilized and marked every piece of evidence with that instrument and recorded all that data there.
Now, when you say you marked the evidence, what tools did you use to mark the evidence?
The instrument has a main component to it that captures, it shoots out to a pole that we place at the location of the evidence. It shoots a laser out to it, internally measures the distance and the angle of that piece of evidence and records it, so we can go back later on and produce with a computer-aided design program the two-dimensional map of the scene.
And that map then would include the men who were murdered, as well as all the shell casings and sporting firearms and handguns and everything that were there.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you began to inspect the scene, did you find a large number of used shell casings that had been fired from firearms?
Yes, sir, I did.
What types of shell casings did you find?
I believe we found a large majority of 223 shell casings. We found 45 ACP shell casings, 9mm shell casings. I think that there was a 22 250 shell casing. I think there was 3 308 shell casings. I think there was 11 38 caliber shell casings. And we had, I believe, 6 45 long Colt shell casings that we found amongst. I think there was a 40 caliber also. There was numerous shell casings.
So you had a variety of calibers and types of shell casings.
Yes, sir.
Now the 223, just to specifically address the 223, is that shell casing for a round fired from one of these sporting rifles, like was found at the scene?
Yes, sir. It's a rifle round.
Now, did you know at that time whether any of those shell casings actually could be tied to any of those firearms?
No, sir. My understanding at the time that we arrived on the scene, that somebody had mentioned that the brass on that shooting range after they shot, but that really didn't matter. We were going to collect all the items of evidence that we found anyway, so we collected them.
So your job or your task at the time that you arrive at a scene like this is not to try to identify what's important, but to collect it all.
Yes, sir.
And is that what you did?
Yes, sir.
And you marked it all.
Yes, sir.
Now, you at that time, you don't have any ability to use ballistics, forensics testing to decide which of those came from the weapons that were at the scene,
No, sir.
or which shell casings may have been there before.
No, sir.
Now, in this being a shooting sports range, your understanding was it had been used multiple times before.
Yes, sir.
Now, you were provided information about a policy that people clean up their brass.
Yes, sir.
You don't know whether anybody actually followed that policy at this sporting
No, sir.
range. Okay. And we'll get to that later. Certainly, we're not going to ask you to identify what came from what gun. Now, as you in the process of once you use this sophisticated mapping device, did you do a more old-fashioned way of marking and identifying the evidence that you found?
Yes, sir. We placed evidence markers, yellow, we call them tints. They've got numbers on them. They're yellow and black numbers. They have a little scale on them also, and we placed those by each piece of evidence to identify those and help us catalog them at a later date or later time.
Now, your ultimate goal is to actually collect all that evidence.
Yes, sir.
What is the purpose of putting these markers next to them in place on the scene?
To help us identify what piece of evidence was where in the scene and to record that for later date.
And do you make a photographic record of the marked evidence once you've completed putting these numbered markers by the items?
Yes, sir.
And did you mark everything?
Yes, sir.
Just like you eventually collected everything?
There were some items after we removed the body that we didn't have enough of those tints. We ran out of numbered tints that we had because we had so much evidence, but we still continued on and labeled those items evidence. We just didn't have a tint to put by them.
Okay, but you still were able to keep track of where those items were?
Yes, sir.
And of course, we got photographs.
Yes, sir.
Did you and the other rangers take photographs of the scene after all these markers have been set out?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ranger, I'm going to show you some photographs that have been marked as States Exhibits 68 through 95. Could you thumb through those and make sure you recognize them?
Yes, sir. Those are the ones we took out there that evening.
And are they accurate depictions of the marked up crime scene that you and other rangers processed on the evening of February 2nd?
Yes, sir, they are.
I say the evening of February 2nd, did you work into the early morning hours of February 3rd doing all of this?
Yes, sir, we did.
So indeed, some of these photographs probably were taken in the early hours of February 3rd.
Could possibly be. Yes, sir.
Now, some of these photos have general photographs of the area so you can see the location of the markers, and then close-ups of particular items. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the State Officer States Exhibits 68 through 95.
of those exhibits, Your Honor, the only ones that the defense would have an objection to would be 68, 69, 70, 71, and 82. Pursuant to Rule 403 and in light of the photographs that were admitted yesterday.
Pardon me, I see those.
Objectionable.
All right, having viewed the photographs in the state's tender, I will admit state's exhibits 68 through 95. I will overrule the objection based on Rule 403 to 68, 69, 70, 71, and 82. I viewed those photographs and will find that the probative value of those photographs is not substantially outweighed by any danger of unfair prejudice, misleading the jury, or needless cumulative evidence.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Now, redirect doctor, we've admitted all of these, and they're available to the jury, but rather than dwell on these, I'll just, may I publish just a couple of samples for the jury to see that what was done at the scene.
You may.
Now, Ranger, I'm showing the mark of what has been admitted to Station Exhibit 68, which is a zoomed out view of the scene. Are these yellow markers what we were talking about earlier as far as how you identify the location of items?
Yes, sir.
In using these photographs and other tools, if you were to want to find out if we had a shell casing at the lab or a shell casing here, you would be able to trace that to a location here using these markers.
Yes, sir.
And then you, for example, looking at something like State's Exhibit 78 and 79, where you had particular particularly small items, you made efforts to zoom in and associate that item with the marker.
Yes, sir.
And then you could cross-reference that with the larger photographs to find out where that was.
Yes, sir.
And we won't need to look at all of these photographs right now. Now, in addition to the old-fashioned photography, you referenced a tool called the Firearm.
Yes, sir.
How do you spell that for the court reporter?
I can't, I can just spell it for you.
I didn't tell you I was going to ask you that, did I?
No, sir.
Would it be S-P-H-E-R-O-N?
Yes, sir. Sounds correct.
Okay. Could you describe for the jury what that tool is?
It's a panoramic camera. It's a 22 megapixel camera that it takes a 380 degree photograph. It overlaps itself when it goes around. The only thing that it does not capture, it sets on a tripod, and it doesn't capture 3 foot around the tripod, or the tripod and 3 feet below it, but it captures a panoramic photograph of where we set it up at.
And then from that, do you have the ability to, as you rotate the 360 degrees at the scene, you can see everything. Do you have the ability to zoom? Is a high enough resolution that you can find an item that's far away on the scene and zoom in and look at it closely?
Yes, sir, to some extent. It's a 22 megapixel camera, so if the lighting's correct and you don't pixelate it too bad, you can probably see pretty good close-ups of it.
So, say to a layperson like me, if I stood in a center point wherever your pivot pole was, and I looked around the crime scene with a pair of binoculars, I could see something over there and zoom in on it.
Yes, sir.
Now, may I approach a witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I want to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 115. Now, you and I have gone over that disc before, haven't we?
Yes, sir.
And when the Sphere-On tool, once it takes these images, this 360 sort of 3D panoramic photograph, does it save it in digital form?
Yes, sir.
And is the Sphere-On image from this scene saved on that disc?
Yes, sir.
Is the Sphere-On image on that disc a true and correct depiction of what you observed out there after you'd marked the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state was offered State's Exhibit 115. Like we had previously produced.
Same 403.
That objection is overruled. Knowing the content of that disc, I'll find that its probative value outweighs any danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of any issues, or cumulative evidence. It's admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Your Honor, I don't want to dwell on it, and I don't want to do this any more than we have to, but may I publish this for identification of particular items of evidence?
You may do so.
I'd like to warn the court and the gallery, it's unavoidable, some of the horrific scenes will be depicted. Now, what I'm doing here, and I may need your help if I get confused, Ranger, is on this disc is software that with a self-running viewer to access the Sphere-On files. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's what the software is called Scene Case.
Yes, sir.
And it's kind of like an image viewer for the Sphere-On digital document.
Yes, sir.
Now, what I pulled up here is this. Does this contain the 4 scans that were done,
Yes, sir, it does.
as well as just a single image of some of the scene?
Yes, sir.
Now, on State's Exhibit 115 for the court reporter, I'll note that I'm opening scan number 1. Now, this is from you see these red markers that are at the scene. There's one to the left and one over on the deck and one to the right. Were those, what do those red spots depict?
I believe those are the locations of the different scans where the station was set up.
So that would be, those would reflect these other 3 scans that are on the left in the
Yes.
bar?
Yes, sir.
And if I double click on one of those, then it moves my vantage point to that spot. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And using the mouse on the computer, I can then rotate around and see a full panoramic view of the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
And if I say I wanted to look at, say, that marker where the mouse is right now, I could then use the scroll wheel of the mouse and zoom in and look at that and see that that was a shell casing mark number 60. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You can do that with all the markers on the scene.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'd like to look now, Ranger, at going to the vantage point here, which is on the deck. Looking at these sporting firearms on the deck that were above Chad Littlefield, could you describe for the jury which did you as you collected this evidence, did you ascertain whether there were loaded weapons at this scene?
Yes, sir, we did.
And could you describe for the jury what weapons you determined were actually loaded?
The only weapons on the scene that were loaded were 2 1911 style handguns. One was on Mr. Kyle's body, and a inside the waistband holster. And then Mr. Littlefield had a Kimber 1911 style handgun that was also in a waistband holster.
Okay. So there were only 2 guns, and they were on the persons of Chad and Chris.
Yes, sir.
Now, there were obviously a number of other weapons that were at the scene.
Yes, sir.
Did you get some close-up photos of the location of some particular handguns that we later learned were of importance?
Yes, sir, we did.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ranger, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 96 through 112, and are those photos taken at the same time as what we see on the sphere on these other photographs?
Yes, sir.
But they're focused on different items.
Yes, sir, those are the weapons at the scene.
Now, Ranger, are these true and correct depictions of the firearms as you found them and as you processed them for safety?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, the state would offer State's Exhibits 96 through 112. Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor, 115.
Let me see the attorneys right quick. We can't go to 115.
Your Honor, I'd like to amend my offer to include offer State's Exhibits 96 through 114 rather than 112. I stand corrected, Your Honor.
And Judge, we're gonna raise an objection to states 102, 106, 112, and assert that 403 objection and cumulative.
I need just a moment to view these exhibits. States Exhibits 96 through 114 are admitted. I will overrule the objections to 102, 106, and 112, finding, after looking at the content, that the probative value of those exhibits substantially outweighs any danger of unfair prejudice or needless cumulative evidence. They're admitted, and you may publish them if you wish to do so.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before we get to talking about these particular weapons, Ranger, up here on the screen, we still have State's Exhibit 115, the sphere-on view. Is that what we see here? Is this the cattle trailer that
Yes, sir.
you had referenced? And that has all your equipment in it?
Yes, sir.
Now, I do want to Ranger, look at this platform of firearms, these sporting firearms that we have. Did you find any of those weapons loaded?
No, sir.
Looking at this tan sporting firearm, which of the markers applies is applicable to that? Is that 51?
Let me look at them.
Feel free to, I know there's a lot of numbers up there, feel free to use your report.
Yes, sir. That is 51.
Okay, and that's a sporting type rifle. Where I'm pointing here, I'm sorry, this is kind of in the way, isn't it? But there's a magazine well here on this gun, is there not?
Yes, sir.
And that's where you would insert a magazine of ammunition for it in order for it to fire.
Yes, sir.
And will it fire without ammunition?
If it has one in the chamber, it could. Yes, sir.
Did you find one in the chamber of any of these guns?
No, sir.
So this firearm didn't even have a magazine in it, right?
No, sir.
Now looking up further up where we have a black sporting firearm, it appears to have a magazine in it.
Which I can't see.
Oh.
I can't see which one he's pointing at unless he.
I tell you what, I'll come over here. The one just up and to the right of the 10 one we just looked at.
Yes, sir.
Marker number 50. It has a magazine in it.
Yes, sir.
Did you find any live rounds in the magazine or in the chamber of that weapon?
No, sir.
Indeed, you found on any of these firearms on the deck, you found no live rounds in the weapons.
No, sir. Did not.
This black handgun, which we may learn more about later, the black handgun number 54, is that in the position it was in?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I apologize, but in relation to Chad, it was right above him, is that correct?
Yes, sir. It was.
So this depiction that makes it look like it's right over him is accurate?
Yes, sir.
Now I want to start cross-referencing some of these photographs, Ranger. You said there, let's start with this State's Exhibit number 96.
Yes, sir.
And 97. Are those the same weapon?
Yes, sir.
And I'll go ahead and hand you 98, 99, 100, and 101, and see if you can verify that those are the same weapon.
Yes, sir, they are.
Now, Ranger Adcock, what kind of firearm is this?
I believe that's a Uberta. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly, but it's a single action 45 long Colt revolver.
Now, when you say single action, what does that mean?
It means that you have to pull the hammer back each time that you want to fire the weapon. And the cylinder turns and puts a live round in the direction of the barrel, in line with the barrel to be fired.
Now, is that a modern or old-fashioned kind of gun?
That's an old-fashioned.
So rather than bang, 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 you have to cock the hammer, fire it, cock the hammer, fire it.
Yes, sir.
Is this, are there any law enforcement agencies that use this kind of gun?
I don't, not anymore, no, sir.
As well, you
Not
see
that
the
I know of.
West.
Yes, sir.
Any military agencies use a gun like this?
Not to my knowledge, no, sir.
Sort of a novelty,
Yes, sir.
let me first say. Now, we see marker 15 on that. I'd like to go over with you the location of that gun on the scene using State's Exhibit 115. Now we see Christopher Kyle, and we're looking down now at a marker 15 next to a revolver that looks like what we just saw in those photographs.
Yes, sir.
Is that the same revolver?
Yes, sir, it is.
So this is where that firearm was found.
Yes, sir.
Now, once you photograph the firearm in the scene where it was found, did you then pick it up and process these firearms?
Yes, sir.
And what were you doing as you processed them?
We needed to make sure that they were a safe weapon for us to handle them, so we had to inspect them to see if they had any live rounds in the gun itself.
And in the course of processing them, you photograph them from virtually every angle.
Yes, sir.
Does that help with later identification?
Yes, sir.
Now, in the process of unloading a revolver like this, how do you do that?
Some of them you just have to pull the hammer back halfway so the cylinder will turn, and then it has a plunging rod on some of them to eject the spent shell casing, but you have to turn the cylinder to make sure that there's not a live round in there.
So, say on looking at State's Exhibit 96, the cylinder, is that this round piece right here?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is it either crack open, the gun tips open, or the cylinder pulls out, and you put rounds into it?
On that model, it has a little flap that you open on the side to eject the rounds or place the rounds into the cylinder.
Okay, is that what is depicted here in State's Exhibit? I got the sticker on upside down. State's Exhibit 100.
Yes, sir.
So this flap, is this the flap you move over and you put a round in?
Yes, sir.
And you rotate the cylinder and put another one in?
Yes, sir.
So did this birthday 45 long Colt old style Western gun, did it have rounds in it?
It had 6 spent rounds in it. Did not have a live round inside the cylinder.
Well, looking at State's Exhibit 100, you can see one round in there, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Is that this brass part?
Yes, sir.
How can you tell that round is spent?
Because the primer in the middle, the silver thing that's inside the middle of the shell has an indentation in it, which indicates that it's been fired.
Where does that indentation from on a shell casing like that come from?
It comes from the hammer on the weapon.
That spring-loaded hammer that you cock back
Yes, sir.
and then release and it hits it?
Yes, sir.
And on this, as you started to unload it, you could tell it has spent shell casings, right?
Yes, sir.
Because of the dimple there in the primer.
Yes, sir.
That's the center silver part.
Yes, sir.
Now, as you unloaded, did you take a photograph of all the spent shell casings?
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna show you what's been admitted as states 101. That same gun?
Yes, sir.
Did you take out and photograph all the shell casings that were in that gun?
Yes, sir. Did.
There weren't any others.
No, sir.
So according to this photograph, it held 6,
Yes, sir.
and every one of them was used up.
Yes, sir.
So this sporting firearm had been used to shoot 6 rounds, but when it was, however it was ended up on the ground, all those bullets had already been fired.
Yes, sir.
In firearms talk, is this a dry gun?
Yes, sir.
Every bullet had already been fired.
Yes, sir.
For people who are knowledgeable and trained in firearms, is it common knowledge that a firearm like this holds 6 rounds?
Yes, sir.
Is that pretty standard for a single action revolver like this?
There's some models that hold less. Some hold more. It just depends on the caliber, but generally it's 6. Yes.
I mean, as kids, we learned about 6-shooters.
Yes, sir.
This is one of those. This is a 6-shooter, right?
Yes, sir.
Every bullet had been fired from this gun when it ended up on that ground.
That is repetition has been asked about 6 times, subject.
Sustained.
Now, the two firearms that you found loaded, could you describe to the jury their precise location?
Mr. Littlefield had a Kimber 1911 style semi-automatic handgun that was inside a waistband holster on his right side.
Okay, I'll show you State's Exhibit 112. Is that the Kimber that you found?
Yes, sir.
And was this where you found it?
It was inside the waistband. That was a photograph that we had taken after we'd removed it from his waistband.
So when you found it, it was actually tucked in his pants?
Yes, sir.
And the firearm was in the holster?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna have to object to the sidebar made by the prosecutor, comment on the evidence about he's sorry. That is absolutely improper. I object.
Sustained.
I ask the court to instruct or disregard the comment of the prosecutor.
I will instruct the jury accordingly. You will disregard that comment.
Now, as you processed that firearm that we saw in Exhibit 112, I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 113 and 114. Now, you took steps to make the gun safe, is that right?
Yes, sir, we did.
When you pulled it from, or when you found it in the holster, shown in State's Exhibit 113, was the safety of this firearm on?
Yes, sir, it was.
It was cocked, but it had the safety on.
Yes, sir.
Is that how you carry this kind of gun?
Yes, sir.
Oh, cocked and locked?
Yes, sir.
But it was in this holster.
Yes, sir.
The other firearm that you found that was loaded was the one on Chris Kyle. I'll show you State's Exhibit 106. Is that it?
Yes, sir.
Is that where you found it?
Yes, sir.
And did you process it for safety as well?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 107. Is that the same gun
Yes, sir.
removed from the holster?
Yes, sir.
Was it in the safety position?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, this picture is actually quite good because it actually shows the safety.
Yes, sir.
How can you tell the safety is on?
If it's in the upright position where it's in the notch of the slide on the weapon, that is in the safe location.
And that's this notch right here that I'm pointing at?
Yes, sir.
Of the firearms that you found that had live ammunition in them, how many of them were in the safety position?
The two that we found, both of them were in a safe position, had the safety on.
All of them.
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, these two firearms that were found in the safety position on Chris and Chad, what kind of firearms were they?
I believe they were both 45 ACP 1911 style semi-automatic handguns.
Is that a common style of gun?
Yes, sir.
Is that a gun that is popular in the civilian market?
Yes, sir.
I need to go through some exhibits with you, Ranger. Have to get my notes for this. We may go a little out of order with these. I want to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 209. If you get a chance to inspect that, or I'll give you a minute to inspect it.
Sure.
In fact, if you can go ahead and break the seal and verify what's in it so you know what you're looking at. Now, for safety, Ranger, what you're looking at is a firearm, is that right?
Yes, sir.
And has it been securely locked by the base before we came to court?
Yes, sir.
Just so we all know that we're not gonna have an accident. Can you inspect that and compare it to your records?
Yes, sir. It's the Springfield XD 45 ACP handgun.
Is it a uniquely identifiable piece,
Yes, sir.
a serial number?
Yes, sir, it does.
Is that the same item that you collected at the scene that day?
Yes, sir, it was.
Now, in fact, I want to refer you to State's Exhibit 115, which I've moved. Is that item depicted in the sphere on view here now?
Yes, sir, it is.
All right, we offer State's Exhibit 209.
Ask the attorneys real quick.
What number was that?
209.
No objection to it.
State's Exhibit 209 is admitted.
Now I'll show you what's been marked as Exhibit 210. Okay, have you had the opportunity to inspect State's Exhibit 210?
Yes, sir.
And did you collect that item?
Yes, sir, did.
And is it depicted on State's Exhibit 115? I've drawn a circle where I'd like for you to look through and see on the screen now.
Yes, sir, it is.
So is that the 45 long Colt that was shown close-up photographs of previously?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, just to describe, just for the benefit of the record, when you collect these firearms and you unload them and process them for safety, what do you do with them after that?
They're packaged up and sent to our DPS crime lab to be analyzed by our firearms experts.
Okay, so you don't do the firearms analysis of them, you just package them up to send them off to a lab?
Yes, sir, we do.
Okay. State would offer State's Exhibit 210.
May I, Your Honor?
You may.
It's got biological evidence on it. It's got blood on it.
No objection, State's 210.
State's Exhibit 210 is admitted, and for record purposes, both firearms are secured with safety locks, making them inoperable.
Now, I want to keep this next to it. Now that sometimes we open these boxes and we find more exhibits inside, don't we?
Yes, sir.
There's a piece of this firearm here that's loose, the cylinder. Could you lift that up? Is that the where the ammunition goes?
That's where the ammunition, yes, sir.
Okay, is that what was shown in the looking at State's Exhibit 100 again? Is that what this brass round goes into?
Yes, sir.
Hold that up. And so it's removable from the firearm.
Yes, sir.
Now, inside this State's Exhibit 210, we have another piece, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to have it marked, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 231 now. Could you just cut the tape on that where you can access what's inside? those items?
Yes, sir.
Are those items you collected at the scene?
Yes, sir.
And are they in the same condition that they were when you collected them?
Yes, sir, they are.
Our state would offer State's Exhibit 231.
Is that the envelope and its contents?
The envelope and its contents, Your Honor, yes.
No objection, 231.
State's Exhibit 231 is admitted, that being an envelope marked as 231, the contents are what, 6 shell casings?
That's correct, Your Honor. Now, Ranger, now that we've got these two, where we can talk more about them, these two exhibits, we have State's Exhibit 210 and 231. How do those shell casings relate to the revolver that is in 210? That is 210.
It's the shell casings that we removed from the gun at the scene.
Could you hold one of those up, so we can see, can you see, what can we see inside it? May the witness step down and show this item?
Yes, sir.
Handy without gloves. Thank you, Randy. Are all 6 shell casings in the same condition as the one you just showed?
Yes, sir.
Do you mind putting those back in the envelope? Now, what caliber is State's Exhibit 210 and the shell casings from Exhibit 231?
It's a 45 long coat.
Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 211. Okay, do you recognize what's in State's Exhibit 211?
Yes, sir.
Did you collect that item?
Yes, sir, we did.
And it was at the scene
Yes, sir.
of this crime. Is it depicted here in State's 115?
Yes, sir, it is.
So that thing on circle number 52 is that gun.
Yes, sir.
And it's a uniquely identifiable item, and it's the same condition as when you secured it?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State would offer State's Exhibit 211.
May I?
You may.
No objection, 211.
All right, State's Exhibit 211 is admitted.
Now, Ranger, this State's Exhibit 211, could you describe what type of firearm it is?
It is a 38 caliber single action revolver. I believe it's a Uberta brand also.
Is its operation very similar to the one we just looked at, the 45 Eagle?
Yes, sir.
And this one is on the deck.
Yes, sir.
When you picked up and secured that firearm, were there any shells or shell casings in it?
No, sir.
At the scene, did you find any, obviously you didn't do any forensics, but did you find any shell casings that would operating that type of firearm?
Yes, sir, we found 11 .38 caliber shell casings, spent shell casings.
You collected those?
Yes, sir.
I'll show you now what's been marked as State's Exhibit 212. Okay, you recognize that?
Yes, sir, I do. It's a Springfield 1911 style 45 ACP semi-automatic handgun.
And with it, does it have a magazine?
Yes, sir, it does.
And did you collect that, having compared that with your notes, did you collect that specific gun?
Yes, sir, we collected off of Mr. Kyle.
Now, the state offers State's Exhibit 212.
No objection to 212.
States 212 is admitted.
Now, this firearm is what caliber?
45 ACP.
So it's the same caliber as the State's Exhibit 209, the Springfield black gun. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Now, is this State's Exhibit 212 the same firearm depicted in the photograph on State's Exhibit 108?
Yes, sir, it is.
Now, where was this firearm located?
In a holster, waistband holster on Mr. Kyle.
And that is what's depicted in the State's 106.
Yes, sir.
And when we say it fires the same type of ammunition as the Springfield that states 109, is that what's the Springfield what's in Exhibit 103?
Yes, sir.
Did you find 45 ACP shell casings at the scene?
Yes, sir, it did.
Did you have any ability on the scene of ascertaining whether those shell casings were fired from either of these guns?
It didn't appear that Mr. Kyle's gun had been removed from the holster. It was still fully loaded and in that condition, so it didn't appear that it had ever been removed or fired, but there's no way that I could positively tell you that.
Did you collect all those 45 ACP shell casings so they could be tested?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now I'll show you State's Exhibit 213.
This is a Kimber 1911 style 45 ACP semi-automatic handgun.
And where was it located?
It was located in the waistband holster of Mr. Littlefield.
Is that what's depicted here in State's Exhibit 112?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what type of ammunition does it fire?
45 ACP.
Just like the one that Chris had?
Yes, sir.
In fact, is it a similar style of gun?
Yes, sir, it is.
Different brand?
Yes, sir.
And again, can you distinguish the 45 ACP shell casings you found among these guns in real time at the scene?
No, sir.
Did it appear that this firearm had been unholstered and fired?
Cross speculation, Judge, I object.
Overruled.
Could you answer?
No, sir, it didn't appear that it had been removed or fired.
Tender.
Oh, yes, I offer State's Exhibit 213, Your Honor.
You may.
No objection.
States 213 is admitted.
Right now, I'll show you what's been a bag that's been marked as State's Exhibit 214, and it's just in a generic brown paper bag. Is there anything on that that helps you identify what that is?
Yes, sir.
That-
It's listed with my report file number, and it's listed as a 38 caliber shell casings.
Could you open it up and verify that it contains what the labeling shows?
Individual packages with marks that we did at the crime scene.
So you put those marks on those?
Yes, sir.
We won't need to open each one of those right now. You recognize the markings on those?
Yes, sir.
Did you collect those items?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time I would offer State's Exhibit 214 and its contents.
Yes, sir.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit 214 is admitted, being the bag and its contents, and we need to identify those contents for the record.
Yeah, could you describe what was in that bag that is now admitted as State's 214?
It's a 38 special spent shell casing.
And how many of those are in these individual packages?
There's one in each package, and a total of 11.
Could you show those packages to us? collecting of the items, each of these individual shell casings within the individual packages within State's Exhibit 214, did you do, other than collecting them, did you do any analysis or processing of them?
No, sir, we did not.
Were they preserved for dispatch to a lab?
Yes, sir.
Now, Ranger, those shell casings, those 11 shell, 38 special shell casings, if we later needed to, would we be able to cross-reference where those are at the scene?
Yes, sir.
So they were marked and photographed, those locations where they could be cross-referenced with these packages.
Yes, sir.
Now, I'll show you what's been marked at States 215. If you could go ahead and, do you recognize the markings on the bag?
Yes, sir. It has my report file number on it, and it's also listed as a .45 long coat, 45 long coat.
Could you go ahead and inspect the contents, make sure it's like you created it? What are you finding on the inside of that package?
There's 6 individual packages.
Do they have markings that you placed on those packages?
Yes, sir.
What do those markings indicate to you?
They're exhibit numbers that we assign to each piece of evidence, individual numbers that correspond with the evidence in my report.
Okay, and were you personally involved in the collecting of this evidence and the packaging of it?
Yes, sir.
And is everything you expect it to be in that package there?
Yes, sir.
Now it's to offer States Exhibit number 215.
Until it's identified or, I mean, what we were doing is looking at an envelope. I know what it purports to be in it, but.
Fair enough, Your Honor. Will you go ahead and open one of those up? Okay, now do you recognize what you took out of one of the individual packages from the State's Exhibit 215?
Yes, sir. It's a 45 long coat shell casing, spent shell casing.
And is that how you collected it?
Yes, sir.
Now it offers State's Exhibit 215?
No objection to 15.
All right, State's Exhibit 215 is admitted. That's the sack, its contents being 6 spent casings.
That's correct, Your Honor. Now, each one of those individual packages, what's in those? Same thing? as the
Same
one
thing,
before that?
45 long coat spent shell casings.
Were you able to connect those to any specific firearms out there?
These were distributed throughout the crime scene at different locations. No, couldn't.
Or we could, if we later were able to trace them to a gun, we could link them up on this sphere.
Yes, sir.
I'll show you States Exhibit 216.
labeled shell casings and projectiles.
Does it have any markings that you made on it?
No, sir.
Can you go ahead and open it up? Now, the contents of what was marked as Exhibit 216, can you make a clear identification of what those are now that you've opened the box?
There's some 45 ACP shell casings, a 9mm projectile, another 45 ACP shell casing, another 45 ACP shell casing, another 45 ACP shell casing, another one, 45 ACP shell casing, another 45 ACP shell casing, another 45 ACP shell casing, a 9mm shell casing, another 9mm shell casing, 45 ACP shell casing, 9mm 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 projectile, 9mm shell casing. I'll have to refer back to my report on this one.
Okay.
And this one is a projectile. Is listed as Exhibit 1.46 on my number.
Okay. Are all these items that you collected from the scene?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell that from the markings that you put on the packages?
Yes, sir.
So, we have 9mm shell casings?
Yes, sir.
One 9mm projectile?
There is two 9mm projectiles.
Okay. And, 45 ACP shell casings?
Yes, sir. 8.
And, 645 long, oh, that's the other exhibit, okay. Now,
And one projectile.
one projectile. The, state offers State's Exhibit 216.
Your Honor, may I take the witness on board iron?
You may.
You said you collected those at the scene. Did you box those up and send those to the lab?
No, sir, I didn't put them in that box.
Your Honor, would object, this evidence lacks a sufficient predicate to establish a chain of custody.
Overrule. states Exhibit 216 is admitted, that being the contents of the box and its contents, as set out being 9mm shell casings, 2 9mm projectiles, 8 45 ACP shell casings, and 1 additional projectile.
Judge, based on the court's ruling, we'll make that 4-3 objection to that also.
I will note that 403 objection overrule the same finding that the probative value of the exhibits substantially outweighs any danger of unfair prejudice or confusion of the issues.
Now, Ranger, I know a lot of material was processed. If you need to refer to your report to refresh your memory, that's okay. Can you tell us where those 9mm projectiles that were contained in State's Exhibit 216 were?
This 9mm shell casing, which is our mark, is Exhibit 1.1. It was located near Mr. Littlefield's right arm.
Okay.
This 9mm shell casing, which has our mark of 1.31, was located on the floor near the front edge of the structure.
Thank you.
This 9mm shell casing, which is exhibit.
No, I just wanted the projectiles. That's
Oh, the projectiles, I went to shell casing.
Oh,
Let
I'm
me go
sorry.
back.
Mr. Nash, what's your estimation on time here? Okay.
Just the projectiles. I'm
I
sorry.
I apologize.
wasn't clear. May we approach you?
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it's 10:40. A good time for a break. We'll let the witness prepare a little bit while you're in that break. So let's take about a 15 to 20 minute, let's say 20. Let's start back at 11 o'clock and work on into lunch and see what we can do. Remember my instructions, they apply at all times. You may be excused at this time. All right, you can be seated in the courtroom. Mr. Adcock, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Family, please.
Yes, sir.
Just to clarify a couple things before we go to that question we discussed earlier. The State's Exhibit 209 was one of these firearms that was admitted. You have that. We don't necessarily need to take it out, but you could hold that, open that box and let it be seen what is in it. Now, that State's Exhibit 209 firearm, is that the same firearm depicted in State's Exhibits 102 and 103?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that was found above the head of Chad Littlefield. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. And what type of, how does that firearm operate?
It's a semi-automatic handgun. You insert cartridges inside a magazine. You insert the magazine inside the weapon. You operate the slide backwards, release it, and it deploys the round into the chamber of the barrel.
How do you discharge the weapon?
Each time you pull the trigger, it will cycle another round into the chamber until the magazine is empty. As long as you keep pulling trigger, it only operates as you pull the trigger. We'll insert another round. So that's the reason why it's described as a semi-automatic.
Versus an automatic, which would do what?
When you depress the trigger on an automatic weapon, it will fire until it's dry, till there's no more ammunition in the magazine or the gun.
So this was a semi-automatic.
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. Now, we had left with the question of the two 9mm projectiles that were located on the scene. Where were the two 9mm projectiles, which are contained in State's Exhibit 216, where were they found on the scene?
What I have listed is 1.2 in my report is located near Mr. Littlefield's right arm. What I have listed is my evidence number of 1.29 is going to be located near Mr. Kyle's right ear.
May I approach your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted. State's Exhibits 116, 117, 118, 119, 120. Just take a look at those. Are those items that you collected as well?
Yes, sir.
They've been previously identified, but you collected those items as well?
Yes, sir.
So they were at the scene?
Yes, sir.
I want to show you an exhibit which has been marked as State's Exhibit number 217. Has some markings on it. Without stating what it is or what you know about the contents of this, could you look at that and see if you recognize the package?
Yes, sir, I do.
And again, without saying what the contents are, how is it that you recognize that package as something you've been involved with?
It's an item that we removed from Mr. Kyle's vehicle.
Okay. Now we'll come back to that. I know you were involved in processing the crime scene on February the 2nd, 2013. Were you involved in securing or processing for crime scene purposes the truck of Chris Kyle?
No, sir, I was not.
So that was done elsewhere?
Yes, sir.
By someone else?
Yes, sir.
As the have you ever processed vehicles in the past?
Yes, sir.
When you process vehicles, are you looking for physical evidence?
Physical evidence. You could look for other items in the vehicle also. That it just depends on what your case that you're investigating, what might or might not help you.
Was there a time during the lengthy investigation that followed February 2nd, 2013 that you were requested to assist in an inventory of the truck of Chris Kyle?
Yes, sir, I was.
And when was that?
I believe that was April 1st of last year, 2014.
And did you and other rangers and Sheriff's Department officials inventory that truck?
Yes, sir, we did.
And did you, based on the investigation, what folks had learned through that investigation, did you find materials that were worth collecting?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you participate in collecting some items from the truck?
Yes, sir, I did.
Is what's been marked as State's Exhibit 217 one of those items?
Yes, sir, it is.
Could you go ahead and open that up? Now, without describing what it is, could you just take a look at it?
Oops, sorry.
Did you find what you expected to find in that package?
Yes, sir, I did.
Now, the item that you have there, where did you locate that?
Located in the pocket of the driver's door of the vehicle.
And what kind of vehicle was it?
It was a black Ford, four-wheel drive, four-door pickup.
And you, prior to inventorying that truck, had you identified that as Chris Kyle's truck?
Yes, sir, I did.
So this was in the driver's door.
Yes, sir.
May we approach her on?
You may.
Your Honor, we offer, actually, I have this marked. Now, showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 235 before I offer it, is that what you collected from the door of the pickup on April 1st, 2014?
Yes, sir, it is.
Your Honor, the state offers State's Exhibit 235.
Your Honor, would object to 235, what you said?
That's correct.
Relevance, 403.
All right, that objection is overruled. State's Exhibit 235 is admitted. Its probative value substantially outweighs any danger of unfair prejudice.
All right, now that it's been admitted,
You will on our relevancy objection, Your Honor?
And we'll find it's relevant as well, tending to prove a fact in consequence.
all right, Ranger Cook, I'll let you, now we can talk about it. That's been admitted. Exhibit 235, can you describe what that is?
It is a receipt from Taco Bell that is located at 410 North I-35 Service Road in Red Oak, Texas. And it was, the purchase was on February the 2nd, 2013 at 6:50 and 38 seconds p.m. The purchase was for 2 bean burritos, which the cost was $2.18. Add 18 cents tax, and the total was $2.36. And it was a drive-through purchase.
May I publish this, Your Honor?
You may.
The time you got was here 6:50 p.m. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
On February the 2nd, 2013.
Yes, sir.
I'll pass the witness.
Yes, sir.
Ranger Adcock, the last time I remember laying eyes on you, we both had hair.
Yes, sir.
You said earlier that you didn't process the truck. That was processed at a lab somewhere,
Yes, sir.
but you assisted in an inventory of the truck.
Yes, sir.
Other than a Taco Bell receipt, did you gather other items out of the truck?
Yes, sir, we did.
Copious amounts of ammunition?
Yes, sir.
Give me a ballpark me here. What are we talking about as far as ammunition goes in the truck?
I don't know. I mean, we didn't individually count, I mean, the total of rounds that we recovered, but it was quite a bit.
Significant?
Yes, sir.
Boxes?
Yes, sir.
Loose rounds?
Yes, sir.
Sacks of rounds of ammunition?
Yes, sir.
In the hundreds?
Yes, sir.
When you were inventorying the truck, were there any weapons in the truck?
No, sir.
Was there any place, either in the cab of the truck or in the bed of the truck, that you might describe as a lockbox or a gun safe or some special way to carry guns outside of the cab of the truck?
Not to my knowledge, I don't remember anything like that. Yes, sir, I believe we did.
I mean, when you inventoried the truck, not only did you look at the cab, you looked at the bed.
Yes, sir.
There wasn't any kind of special apparatus, place to put guns.
I can't remember one, no, sir.
Were there any gun cases?
Not with that, I don't believe so. I don't know, I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but I don't remember any gun cases.
Okay, so if the guns were transported to that range at Rough Creek Lodge in that vehicle, they could have either been loose in the cab or loose in the bed, but there wasn't any kind of special area custom made to carry guns or anything like that.
Not that I remember.
Okay. And the only two firearms at the scene that you processed that had any live rounds of ammunition are the two .45 caliber compact 1911 style semi-automatic handguns, which one was a Kimber and one was a Springfield, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
That were loaded. Those are the only two that had any live rounds in them.
Yes, sir.
In regard to the Sphere-On image that we looked at and counsel pointed out, there's a whole bunch of other weapons out there on that bench that are not in evidence at this point. You haven't opened a box and showed the jury, like those sporting rifles, for example, correct?
Correct.
And just so the jury's clear, one of those sporting rifles pointed to, didn't have a magazine in it, and I think your testimony was, well, it was unloaded, but you wouldn't, it could be fired if it had one in the chamber.
Yes, sir.
The other sporting rifle that was closest to that, the black one that counsel pointed out, had a magazine in it. By looking at that, no one would know whether or not that gun was loaded or not unless they checked the action, correct?
Correct.
And you'd have to physically pick it up and pull the bolt back and look.
Yes, sir.
Or take the magazine out, look at it too, because you can pull the bolt back, you might not necessarily see if there was rounds in the magazine.
Well, if you pull the bolt back, you could visually look in there and see if there's anything
You
back
could
there.
if you hold it at the
Yes.
right angle, correct?
Yes, sir.
But I mean, it's possible to pull the bolt back to look down the chamber and not know whether or not there's rounds in the magazine.
Correct.
So you didn't process any of the weapons or the ammo that came out of the truck. There were no weapons, but any of the ammo that came out of the truck, you just were making a log of an inventory log of what was in it?
Yes, sir.
Anything out of the truck that was sent off for analysis in regard to ammunition?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, just inventory,
Yes, sir.
no analysis conducted.
Not to my knowledge.
In guess final question for you would be, you mapped out and marked, until I guess you ran out of markers, all the items that were on the deck and on the ground, to include shell casings, all of them, every single one.
Yes, sir.
Were there live rounds also on the ground?
Best I can remember, there might have been one 223 live round on the ground.
And when you map those out in your 2D mapping capability, I don't remember what that was called. What was the name of that technology?
It's just a two-dimensional drawing of it,
Okay.
CAD drawing.
Okay. Computer-aided design.
Yes, sir.
Program that you use, and then with the laser measurements.
Yes, sir.
And then the sphere on camera was the other technology you used so that you can go and look at those. When you're out of tents, something to mark those with, are there items out there? Do you have a reference of how to get to an item that's not marked with a tent?
Those items that we ran out of tents were underneath the bodies, and we removed the bodies very last before, after we got through processing everything else. I don't remember, we'd already taken the instrument down. I don't remember if we went back and got measurements. There was only maybe 3 other items, best I can recall, that were not on that map.
So there's some items were they collected as evidence that aren't on the map?
Yes, sir. Could be.
Some of the items collected into evidence, shell casings, projectiles, live rounds, if there were any, or if there's only one 223. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
See if I can find states number 20. Exhibit stated in the evidence that shows a bunch of shell casings on the ground, and I can't remember if you want me to. Do you remember what got out of order? 26 for me for a second. And that purports to be a picture of the ground out there at the shooting range. I don't know when it was taken. Various shell casings, live rounds. Was that representative of what it looked like when you were processing the scene?
This picture looks like it was taken during the daytime hours, and I mean, we had shell casings out there on the ground, yes.
I think council asked you if the policy was to clean up your brass. Nobody knows whether or not anybody does that. I'm assuming that if that's what it looked like when that picture was taken, and that picture's previously been admitted, the safe assumption that there's other brass and potentially other rounds or other projectiles at a shooting range that don't have anything to do with this incident.
That could be, yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, you may step down.
Your Honor, he will be subject to recall, so we make sure we have a good phone for him.
Yes, sir. If you leave the facility, leave a good contact number. Leave everything there.
May we repackage those shell casings?
Would be a good idea, yes.
I'm sorry. We didn't do that earlier.
Can I ask before this witness leaves, for record purposes, you made no tender on 217, you marked it and identified it as a sack. Pulled out the contents, got it marked independently and admitted that.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Okay. Call your next witness.
From the state calls Flavio Salazar.
Mr. Salazar, if you come up to my left, have a seat in this black chair. But before you're seated, I need to administer an oath. So once you get up there, if you'll remain standing. If you please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly promise and swear that the testimony you will provide in this cause now on trial is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
All right, you may have a seat there, sir. You may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Sure, my name is Flavio Salazar.
And you can see plain as day when you turn around with your back to them, who you work for.
I work for the City of Lancaster Police Department.
And how long have you worked for the Lancaster Police Department?
About 9 years and 4 months.
Okay. And what are your current duties at the Lancaster Police Department?
I'm assigned to patrol. I'm on a power shift, certified range instructor, FTO, field training officer, SFST instructor, and other duties.
Are you also a DRE?
Yes, ma'am. I'm also a state certified drug recognition expert.
But you're a patrol officer, basically. You work day shifts, usually night shifts?
I work a 10 to 10 shift, so I get the day and night, so I work both shifts.
Okay. And does this have you doing things like answering calls for service, maybe going to houses? You know, sometimes you go to the scene, you're one of the first officers there, that kind of thing.
Yes, ma'am.
Does it also have you doing things like stopping people for traffic offenses?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Stopping somebody for, driving while intoxicated?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Just whatever it is, domestic assault cases, whatever, the whole gamut.
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody that we've heard from says they also chase some loose cows. Y'all don't have that problem so much in Lancaster, do
We get some cow calls and some horses out every once in a while.
Okay. And in case somebody doesn't know, where is Lancaster in relationship to Dallas?
We actually are 20 and 35. We're just southeast of, right there in that little corner, south of Dallas.
Okay. So can you take 35 just straight up into Dallas from Lancaster?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
It's kind of one of the suburbs to the south end of Dallas.
Yes, ma'am.
Are y'all actually in Dallas County?
Yes, ma'am, Dallas County.
Now, what did you do before you came to Lancaster Police Department? Were you in law enforcement or did you have another job?
I had another job.
What was that?
I was a United States Marine.
And how long were you in the Marines?
I retired from the military, retired as a gunnery sergeant, Marine 7.
Okay. And so you were in for how long?
Roughly about 18 and a half, 19 years. Was able to retire early.
You look young to be that long.
Thank you.
You must have gone in at a young age.
Yes, ma'am, right out of high school.
So you said you were a gunnery sergeant in the Marines?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So at Lancaster Police Department, were you working back on February the 2nd, 2013?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what were you doing that day?
I was assigned to patrol, so basically still doing the same thing I'm doing now. Been doing that for like the last 9 years.
Okay. And did you have occasion to be called or dispatched to a house located at 220 West 6th Street in Lancaster?
Yes, ma'am.
And just kind of tell me, how do y'all get your information that you're supposed to go to a particular location?
Get dispatched over the radio and get told where to go.
Were you out on the street or were you in the station when you got notification to go to that location?
We're actually at the station when we got the notification.
Okay. And is that location very far from the police station?
Oh, no, ma'am, it's just right up the road.
Right up the road and across the street?
Well, if, you look at the map or a map somewhere, we're just north, east of 220 6th Street.
And had you been in that neighborhood before on calls for service?
Oh, yes, ma'am, it's 5 district, what we call it, District 5, so yes, ma'am, I've worked 5 district before.
And did other officers also get dispatched to that location?
Yes, ma'am.
About how many?
All of us. Let's see, the whole night shift and then whoever was still left from days, so I guess 10, and then whatever detectives were sitting in the station.
10, at least 10 officers?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Plus detectives?
Mhm.
And about how many detectives were out there?
2 or 3?
So at least 12 or 13 officers out there.
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of the call?
We got alerted over the radio that the suspect, obviously, that we had been looking for, they had been looking for earlier from a murder, was at the house. It just pulled up.
So, your department had received information, was that from some other agency?
I'm not sure exactly how they got the information. It kind of got relayed to us, and, working in patrol, it just came to us.
Right. So, you were aware that this was somebody suspected of murdering someone?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you aware that he was suspected of murdering more than one person?
I only remembering just one person that was mentioned.
And why was that memorable to you?
Well, I was in Iraq at around the same time that Mr. Kyle was there, so kind of know the name, kind of know what he did.
And so, were there patrol cars and also unmarked cars that went to that scene at 220 West 6th Street?
I believe so, yes, ma'am. Mhm.
Or were you in a marked car?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And is this car that you're in, is it equipped with some sort of dash camera
Yes, ma'am.
that's able to record, if you're driving around town, it'll record where you're going?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything in front of the car it'll record?
Yes.
Now, were you also wearing any kind of body camera?
I wasn't, no, ma'am.
So the dash camera in your vehicle is the only camera that you have?
Yes, ma'am.
And was your camera, was it operating properly that day?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
I mean, is there some sort of protocol if somebody's camera in their vehicle is not operating correctly? Do you have to tell somebody immediately?
Oh, yes, ma'am. We notify the supervisor, usually the sergeant, unless they're off, then we notify our lieutenant, fill out a maintenance request for them, then the car's technically down. We can't use it because we're required per our city policy to have a camera running.
And is everybody in the department trained in how to use the camera and make sure it's running properly?
Yes, ma'am.
I mean, is it one of those that if you turn on your sirens, does the something automatically cue the, camera to come on?
Yes, ma'am.
You don't have to actually flip a switch?
Not all the time, but no, ma'am. Just
So you don't know.
sirens or lights, it automatically turns on.
Okay. Now, when you got to this location, on Sixth Street in Lancaster, were there already other officers there at the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was already there at the scene when you got there?
Then Assistant Chief Michael Smith and Detective Jesse Chavera.
And were there other officers there as well, or?
Everyone was kind of pulling up on scene at the same time.
So other officers are arriving around the same time you are?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, at the scene there, are there other officers that are actually having contact, with somebody that you later learned name was Eddie Ray Routh?
Yes, ma'am.
At the scene on Sixth Street, are you having contact with Eddie Ray Routh?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Okay, so the other officers are doing that?
Yes, ma'am.
And so what is your task there on Sixth Street? What are you trying to do?
Just set up the perimeter. I was one of the only squads there that actually pulled up real close to the scene where I had a camera, so I flipped my camera on and just kind of held the perimeter to the rear. I'm equipped with an AR, so I had my AR out.
Gotta tell us what.
I'm sorry, an AR is a gun, like a long rifle. So I kind of pulled my long rifle out, just kind of setting the perimeter just to see what we needed to do.
Was it important for y'all, in the police department to sort of secure this area, this street?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Were y'all trying to keep other people or vehicles from coming into this area?
Yes, ma'am.
And why was that?
We got guns out, and we don't want anybody else to get hurt or shot.
Is there, can you kind of describe what is the, I guess, level of, concern there about what's going on?
We know someone had gotten killed already. So, I mean, we got a guy sitting in the truck that we know killed somebody. And so we're trying to make sure that we can kind of keep him there.
Okay. And without going into what, anybody said or anything, was there a period of time in which there were other officers trying to convince, Mr. Routh to come out of his truck?
To my understanding, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so was there a bit of a, I guess standoff, I don't know if it's the word I'm looking for, but where nothing happened and he did not come out of the truck?
Yes, ma'am.
And about how long did that go on for?
About 20, 25 minutes, I think, maybe 30, something like that.
And do you know who it was that was talking to Mr. Routh, trying to get him to come out of the truck?
It was Chief Smith and Detective Chavera.
And so, are they up pretty close to the truck?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes, ma'am. They were like the way the vehicles were kind of parked out there. I think you can kind of see it in my video where their vehicles were parked in relation to the truck, and then my vehicle, when I finally adjusted my camera again to where you could kind of see everything, they were pretty close.
What do you remember about this truck?
It was a big old truck, and then I zoomed in on my camera. I zoomed in to the back, and I guess it was a Ford because it had that little weird symbol, like a round oval symbol, and then it had, I believe it's the skull that kind of knew about.
And so, were you familiar with that already?
A little bit, yes, ma'am. We had already gotten a description of the vehicle that had been taken. So.
Okay, so y'all knew when you got out there that there was a particular type of vehicle, a truck that you were looking for?
Yes, ma'am.
So you said it's a big old truck.
Oh, yes, ma'am. It's a big old truck.
And the vehicles that y'all have, that are issued by the Lancaster Police Department, what kind of vehicles are you driving?
I drive a Crown Vic. It's a take-home, so I drive a Ford Crown Victoria.
I realized as I said that, you can't be driving more than one vehicle.
Yes,
but
ma'am.
You're driving a Crown Vic, and is that what the other patrol cars are?
Some officers drive a Tahoe, the Chevy Tahoe, the lowered edition Chevy Tahoe, the police model.
Okay. But the other marked units, are those generally Crown Vics?
Yes, ma'am.
So they're a little lower and smaller than that truck?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Now, were you doing anything while you're there at the scene to attempt to disable that truck?
Yes, ma'am.
What did you do?
Myself and Detective Howard, we got some stop sticks and we crawled underneath the big truck and attempted to, we put the stop sticks on the back tires.
And explain to the jury, what's a stop stick?
Stop stick is like a triangle shaped item with a cover on it, and it's got some spikes in there, and the spikes basically, once they pierce the tire, let the air out slowly of the tire.
And are these things that you have employed in in your duties as a police officer to try and stop either a moving vehicle or one that is stopped?
Yes, ma'am.
And generally, do they work and they pierce a tire? And
Oh, yes, ma'am.
stop? So were you able to get under the truck and put out some stop sticks?
Yes, ma'am. Myself and Detective Howard took our duty belts off because, you know, we obviously have stuff in front. We don't want it to get damaged. And we low crawled to the truck and got underneath the truck, and then we put the stop sticks in place, one on each of the tires.
And so what I'm picturing you saying, are you sort of slithering on your belly under the truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Trying to do this and not get noticed that you're doing this?
Yes, ma'am.
So after you got those stop sticks in place, what happened?
We retrograded back to our vehicles, put our duty gear back on, and then we just kind of waited.
And then at some point in time, did Eddie Routh drive the truck away from that location?
Yes, ma'am.
And we're talking about Eddie Routh. Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am. The gentleman sitting with the glasses on.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witnesses identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Now, so once he drove off in the truck, then what happened?
Since I had the mark squad and my camera rolling, I jumped in my car and the chase was on.
Okay. Did he just pull away gently, or kind of describe how he left the scene?
Initially, when he stepped on the gas, obviously the black smoke came out of the vehicle. I guess it's a diesel. I don't know if that's what diesel engines do, but notice the black smoke. The stop sticks on the passenger side rear had caught in the driver thing, so you kind of see him dangling. So I didn't want to become a victim of a stop stick incident, so I kind of held back a little bit and we just drove. And then eventually he made it onto Pleasant Run, where another officer attempted to disable the truck, and then he took off right after that, and another person took over the chase, and then eventually the truck stopped on 35.
Okay. And did you actually then follow this truck as it fled from this scene at 220 West 6th Street?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
And you're in your marked vehicle,
Yes, ma'am.
and you've got your camera's rolling,
Yes, ma'am.
and did it actually capture your part of the chase?
Yes, ma'am.
It captures the whole chase. At some point, are you in the lead in this chase?
I am initially, and then Sergeant Logan goes in front of me and takes over.
Okay. Now, is there a part in this chase where another officer rams this truck?
Yes, ma'am.
And what officer is that?
That's Officer Grimes.
And what was he driving when he rammed this truck?
He was also driving a Crown Vic Mark Squad.
Okay. And then after Officer Grimes rammed the truck, did that disable the truck and stop it right there?
Oh, no, ma'am.
What happened?
Well, there's a big plume of smoke, and then the truck just took off, and driving a Crown Vic, it gets up and goes, but doesn't get up and go to catch that truck. So Sergeant Logan took the lead, and we just kept going down Pleasant Run at pretty high speeds.
After Sergeant, is it Officer Grimes? What's his level?
He's an officer just like
Officer
me.
Grimes, after he rammed the truck, did the speed of the truck that Eddie Ray Routh was driving, did that change?
Oh, yes, ma'am. It increased.
In what way?
It was just going. It was flying down the road.
And then you have to increase your speed to keep up?
Yes, ma'am.
And was he traveling at the same speed as the other traffic, or was he going faster than the rest of the traffic?
He was way ahead of me, so obviously he's probably going a lot faster. In my video, you can see cars kind of pulling to a side, but he's going.
Now, eventually, did the truck become disabled and just stop because it wasn't operable anymore?
Yes, ma'am.
And about where was that?
It was at I-35, just north of I-20.
And did you, you said at one point after he was rammed by Officer Grimes, Sergeant Logan took the lead in
Yes.
front of you,
Mhm.
but then were you pretty much second in the chase?
Well, after the ramming, I'd stayed second, was calling out, where they were going, so this way Sergeant Logan could pay attention to what he's doing. So I'm calling the chase at that point. There's a point where I'm thinking he's going to exit 20, so I'm kind of waiting to see, and then he passes I-20, the exit ramp for I-20, so then we come back, and I'm in between an unmarked and a marked squad, which is Sergeant Logan's vehicle.
And then, so when the chase came to an end finally, up there on I-35, were you able to capture what happened there at the end of the chase on your video?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were able to see, what happened.
Yes, ma'am.
May we approach you?
You may.
Officer Salazar, I'm gonna show you what we've marked for identification. It's State's Exhibit number 232.
Okay.
Did you actually get a chance to take a look at this video?
Yes, ma'am.
And is this a correct copy of the video from your patrol car?
Yes, ma'am.
Taken on February the 2nd, 2013.
Yes, ma'am.
And it's an accurate copy.
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing's been added or deleted from it.
No, ma'am.
Like you already said, your camera was working that day,
Yes, ma'am.
and we know it was because here we have the video, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Here, at this time, we'd offer States 232.
May we approach?
You may. All right, there's been a tender at this point of State's Exhibit 232, that being the dash cam video. I believe, counsel, you've got an objection you need to state.
Judge, yeah, we're gonna make a 403 objection to that video,
All right, this is a good time.
and 404, excuse me.
It's 12 o'clock, so it's a good time for the noon recess. I believe there's lunch provided, so we'll break for about an hour. It may take a little longer than that because I will view the exhibits during the lunch hour myself so that I can make rulings based on knowledge of the content. So I'll let you have an hour break. We'll plan on being back at 1. If it takes a little longer, bear with us. We're trying to get matters done here. So you can have a lunch recess at this time. All right, we're back from the lunch recess. State's Counsel's present as well as Defendant and Defense Counsel. There was a tender prior to the lunch break on State's Exhibit 232, that being a video from the dash cam. In this matter, there was an objection based upon Rule 403 and Rule 404 of the Texas Rules of Evidence. During the lunch recess, the record will reflect the jury still outside the courtroom at this time. I viewed the contents of State's Exhibit 232, 233, which is also a video recording, and 234, which is also a video recording. There's been no tender on 233 or 234, but the record will reflect I haven't viewed those in anticipation that they'll be offered. With regard to 232, I'll find that the evidence contained on that is relevant, that it is and contains operative facts of the offense charged. Outside of that, and in consideration that a reviewing court would determine any of that conduct contained in there extraneous, I will find that that conduct has a probative value outside of character conformity. That specifically it goes to show the state of the mind of the accused and helps to establish intent. And in that capacity, its probative value substantially outweighs any danger of unfair prejudice in its admission. So State's Exhibit 232, I will admit, overrule the objection. Anything further from either side?
Just for the record, we had no objection, for the court's review of 233 and 234.
All right. If there's not anything further, we'll bring the jury in at this time. All right, you may be seated in the courtroom. The record will reflect the jury seated in the box. At this time, I have overruled the objection and admitted State's Exhibit 232 at this time. Yes, you may.
Before I play 232, which was that patrol video from your dash cam, I think it might be helpful for the jury to see kind of the layout of the neighborhood and the route that this chase takes. I'm gonna show you something here. Around this side, we're not supposed to show it yet. What we've marked as State's Exhibit 202. And have you seen this map?
Yes, ma'am.
And does this map accurately portray the neighborhood around the house at 220 West 6th Street and the Chase Route neighborhood,
Yes, ma'am.
going up to around the end of it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you had a chance to look at this, and you're familiar with this area from working in that neighborhood?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
We would offer 202.
No objection to 202.
State's Exhibit 202 is admitted.
Officer Salazar, can I have you just come down off the witness stand? I think I'll move this up a little bit. Hope I don't make it fall over here. We're gonna move it up a little closer to the jury.
Now, Your Honor, if she does that, our client can't see the exhibit, and he's entitled to see the exhibit.
Well, if you move it back just the edge, and then in the event that you need to get it up closer at some point after it's done, you can do so.
Come on up here. What happened to the pins? You took the pins. There you go.
May I stand?
You may.
Can you show us on this map, Officer Salazar, there's a marking on there where 220 West 6th Street is. Can you point that out to the jury?
Oh, yes, ma'am, right here.
Okay, down here in that bottom right corner. Okay, and you were talking about how the truck then left that location and then a chase ensued. And can you kind of mark on this map where that chase went, or path
Sure.
that it took?
What it did was it went west on 6th Street. We got to Westridge Avenue, and it went north on Westridge. And then it went east on Oak Bluff. And then it went back north on Lancaster Park, where it got to West Pleasant Run. That's where the officer tried to take the vehicle, or he hit the vehicle.
Can you just kind of put a circle in that location? So that's where Officer Grimes rammed the truck,
Yes, ma'am.
where that circle is.
And then it continued to go west.
Would it be easier for you to stand on this side and do
Sure.
that? I know
Yeah, that's
you're
fine.
right-handed.
So it continued west, and at that point, around right here is where Sergeant Logan took over the chase,
Okay.
and then it continued.
And if you can, yeah, draw the line where we don't block out the street name.
Sorry. It continued on West Pleasant Run, and then we went north on the service road, and then we went on to 35, continued on 35,
until it ended somewhere up here.
Okay. And you kind of missed the roadway a little bit. You're not trying to indicate.
I'm not saying that I was trying to make sure that the road was.
You just have a little wobbly hand and we're trying to miss the writing, but this is the
I'm
general.
trying to miss the writing.
You're not implying that he actually came off the highway. He went up the highway here on 35 and then came to a stop. Are you indicating up here near 35 and the Sweetland exit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Great. Have a seat. If I could just bring this up a little closer to the jury, that'd be okay?
Yes.
May I publish 232 to the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we've spoken with defense counsel. There's a long period of time before the actual chase ensues, and we're going to cue it up to that location. I think it's about 27:10 on the video.
No, let the record reflect that you're queuing that video to 27:10.
Is this the truck we're looking at right here, the black truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you turn the sound up? So Officer Salazar, we saw all those, other Lancaster police officers out there at the end of that chase. Looks like, I don't know if you counted,
Yes, ma'am, it looked like 14, 18.
a little more than 12.
Yes, sir.
And now, are some of these officers alone in a car chasing, and are some of them paired up, at least two in a car?
At least two in a car, yes, ma'am. Some are alone, but most of them are paired up with others.
You were alone in your car,
I was alone in my car, yes, ma'am.
but some of those people were riding together.
Yes, ma'am.
But all in, do you have any idea how many, Lancaster police cars were involved in this chase?
Normally on a shift, you're gonna run 5 to 6 cars a night, so if 7, 8, not including unmarked, I don't know how many unmarks we had out there after all.
And you had your lights and sirens on your car,
Yes, ma'am.
and this is a marked patrol car.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you kind of describe to the jury how it's marked?
Sure, we got a black hood, white doors. It's marked with Lancaster on the side. My unit's 1465. I've been in that same car for about 4.5 years. Light bar on top, so there's nothing hidden on it. The siren box on the front with the push bumper. In the trunk, I have a bunch of accident investigator stuff and duty bag and miscellaneous gear. Got a shotgun inside with a computer, camera system.
Too much information.
Okay.
It's pretty prominently marked, but it's a police car though,
Yes, ma'am.
and the lights and siren. And so is everybody running a light and siren, or are unmarked cars not able to do that?
Unmarked cars are able to run lights and sirens also. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So is everybody running lights and sirens,
I think so.
from what you could tell? And then we saw that point on the video where, Officer Grimes rammed Routh in the truck, and then, Officer Logan kind of overtook you as you went up and got on the I-35, is that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And kind of describe to me, to the jury, the makeup of this neighborhood where this chase occurred. Say, if we're talking about, now, down here around where the house is, that's a residential neighborhood, is that right?
Yes, ma'am. Everything's a residential neighborhood, and then when he went north, it's still some residents, and then when he goes on Oak Bluff, when he goes back west, that's residential.
This one?
No, ma'am. And then when he goes up on, no, down more, right? Yes, ma'am. Down Oak Bluff, going west. Then when he turns on Lancaster Park, right there where your finger's at, that's actually a school. It's a middle school, and then residents on that other side. And then at Pleasant Run, there's residences, there's businesses, and then all the way to 35.
That's kind of, a lot of Lancaster is that way, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Kind of mixed use, there's residential, and then there can be little strip centers and businesses.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but then, of course, so it's kind of a mixed use area until you get up here on 35.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you have any idea what speeds you were going at the fastest during this chase?
I think when I was trying to catch up back up on the highway, it was about 100.
And did we see on the video, the defendant runs at red lights? And
I think we did, yes, ma'am.
we certainly didn't stop for any lights, right?
No, ma'am.
Now, I think you had mentioned, earlier in your testimony when you were introducing yourself, now at this point in your career, you're what's known as a DRE.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you explain to the jury, what does that stand for?
DRE stands for Drug Recognition Expert. Basically, it's an advanced DWI officer.
So if you stop someone for DWI, you can look for if they're under the influence of some other substance.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, were you a DRE back on February the 2nd, 2013?
No, ma'am.
Had you had any training in that area at that time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. As a DRE, what kind of training do you have to go through to become that?
It's a 152-hour course with live evals at the end towards the course. Then it's a comprehensive final exam with a small drug matrix that we have to be able to fill out at 100%. We also have to do what's called the large matrix, which is all the 7 drug categories listed down with all their side effects, the way they're taken, and then if they were to overdose on that stuff. And we have to, I think we could only miss 3 on that. I only missed 1. And then it's a written exam, fill in the blank, and then they give you different scenarios. Then you have to also do what's called a face sheet evaluation, where they give you some symptoms, and then you have to turn around and write your reports off of those. I think it only took me about 6.5 or 7 hours to do that exam.
And how long have you been a DRE?
Almost 2 years.
So after this happened, you became one?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, in your duties as a patrol officer with Lancaster PD, do you have occasion to arrest people for drugs?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Few or many occasions?
Quite a few.
Do you have, I mean, is that a common thing that you arrest people for in Lancaster?
Sometimes, yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with the term wet marijuana?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
From your training as a DRE and also just on the street arresting people for it?
Yes, ma'am.
What does that mean in your experience?
Normally it's marijuana that's been dipped in like PCP or formaldehyde.
Maybe either substance or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is that kind of the nature in your experience of a street drug, is you don't know what's in it?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you come across that drug, it's known as wet marijuana, in your duties there in Lancaster?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Are you also, from your experience in your training, experienced with the term purple hearts?
Yes, ma'am. It's kind of.
Is it a drug slang for something?
Yes, ma'am. Usually for purple kush, a form of marijuana. I guess it's like a better strain of marijuana, higher THC levels, and it's literally got little purple specks in it. So that's why they call it purple hearts or purple kush.
When you say a higher THC level, does that mean it's more potent than?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass away.
You may proceed.
You said there on the video earlier, you testified that there were 10 or 12, 10 plus detectives, and 14 or 18 you counted, I think maybe on the video somewhere in between that. You don't know how many cars, because you don't know how many unmarked cars you had out there. Do you know how many people were at the scene before the truck left?
Well, let's see. It's Officer Beck, myself. I know Chief Smith, Detective Chavera. I know Officer Adams was there. Lieutenant Worley, Sergeant Beasley. I'm trying to think the other names, but
Just approximate for me how many were at. There were more in the chase than there were when the truck was parked.
there's about 8 to 10 officers
Okay.
there.
And about how many cars there?
At least 3 right there in the initial scene, because everyone else parked down the road.
And tell me why the tires didn't go flat.
We learned later on that the reason the tires didn't go flat was because myself and Detective Howard had placed the stop sticks too close to the tires, so it needed a full rotation in order to grab a hold. And that's what we had asked the Stop Stick Corporation why it didn't do it, because we thought it was because of the knobs on the tires, and they said no, it would have activated if y'all would have just placed them a little bit more forward. It's like, okay.
So the truck wasn't disabled because of flat tires. It was something mechanical.
I believe so, yes, sir.
Pass witness.
I have no further questions for Officer Salazar.
All right, you may step down.
Let's take it, Michael Smith.
Come to my left. Before you're seated in that black chair there, I need to administer an oath. If you'll raise your right hand. Do you solemnly promise and swear that the testimony you'll provide in this cause now on trial is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes, sir. All right, you may be seated. Microphone's voice activated. You'll need to slide it.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Would you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
I'm Michael Smith. I'm with the Lancaster Police Department
And how are you employed with the Lancaster Police Department?
as a lieutenant.
And how long have you been with Lancaster Police Department?
20 years and 4 weeks from now.
I hear you sound like somebody that's counting the days till retirement.
Getting close.
I hear I'm actually pronouncing it wrong. It's Lancaster,
Lancaster.
not Lancaster.
Yes, ma'am.
I may slip. Probably will.
That's fine.
So, what are your current duties there at the department?
I'm lieutenant over the Criminal Investigations Division.
And what does the Criminal Investigations Division do?
The detectives investigate crimes.
People crimes, property
Crimes against
crimes?
persons, property crimes, child crimes,
Okay.
sex assault, homicides.
And I would assume before you got that position, you held other positions there at the department.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you come up through the ranks of patrol officer and all that?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you, back in February 2013, specifically on February the 2nd, 2013, were you actually the assistant chief of the department?
Yes, ma'am.
And so, in that capacity, were you called to a location at 220 West 6th Street there in Lancaster?
Yes, ma'am, by Detective Chivera.
Okay. And now Detective Chivera, is he with y'all's department anymore?
No, ma'am, he's retired.
Now, you understand we're here on the trial of Eddie Ray Routh, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did Detective Chivera actually live near Eddie Ray Routh?
Right next door.
And so he was acquainted with him.
Yes, ma'am.
And so, what was it that prompted your department to respond to this location at 220 West 6th Street?
Detective Chivera had called me. Detective Chivera and I had worked there since we were both patrolmen. I was over him in CID for quite a while, 3 or 4 years. Anyway, he had called me and said, hey, I got a call from Eddie Routh's sister, and she said that he had come by our house and said he...
We'll have to object to your saying.
Sustained.
Yeah, we can't repeat what somebody else said,
Right,
but I guess,
understand.
was it your understanding, though, that there had been a conversation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and he had received some information. Now, in response to that information, did your department, I guess, either reach out or were y'all contacted by some other police agency?
I had called, when I got this information from Chivera, I had called the lieutenant that was over CID at the time. I asked him, since it was on a Saturday, asked him if he was in town, working an off-duty job, something like that. He said he was, and I said, hey, this is the information I got. Would you kind of look into it and see if there's any validity to the story?
To make sure it wasn't just some, I don't know, somebody mistaken or
Correct.
some kind of crank call or something?
Correct.
Okay, and then did y'all verify through some channels, either talking to another agency or whatever way, that this was indeed a valid concern?
Lieutenant Worley called me back on the phone, and he said that there had been a couple homicides in Erath County, and he thought it might be linked. So,
Okay, and is that based on the information that Officer Detective Chivera had gotten?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so all that information, putting 2 and 2 together, I guess, did that cause y'all to go to this house at 220 West 6th Street?
That caused me to go to the house
Okay.
at first.
And when you go to the house, basically, what is the nature of the call there?
As it was all unfolding, I didn't find out about the Erath County deal until I was already en route to town. Detective Sperry called me because he's concerned about his house, concerned about his family, and he was out doing something, so I told him I'll run by there and just check on the house, check on things as all this is unfolding and we gather more information.
So did you have information as you're en route to that house that 2 men had been killed over in Erath County?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you have information about a vehicle that might be involved in that capital murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have information about who might be driving that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And who was that?
Eddie Routh.
And so, putting all that together, did y'all, I guess through Detective Shavera, because he lives next door, you know where Eddie Ray Routh lives.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you went to this location at 220 West 6th. Who else went there?
I arrived first looking for the vehicle that Eddie Routh was supposed to be driving. It wasn't there. I talked to Shavera on the phone, let him know that. He said that he had talked to Routh's mother or sister, somebody in the family, and said that if his dog was there, he has not been home. If his dog was gone, he's been home. So Shavera arrived on scene, and we went to look and see if Routh's dog was in his pen.
Okay. Now, you had said something earlier. Were y'all making sure also at some point in time that Shavera's family that lives right next door was not at home or didn't come home?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you and Shavera go to, this is the Routh family home?
Yes, ma'am.
And to look to see if the dog was there?
Yes, ma'am.
And what did y'all do? Did you get out of the car and go look, or?
We walked around back to where the dog pen was. Dog pen was empty, so we came back to the front of the house. We were more parked in front of Detective Shavera's house than we were the Routh house.
And you said, did you have a description of this vehicle that you were looking for that might be associated with these murders?
The information we had gotten was it was a crew cab Ford with a lift kit on it, dark in color, possibly black.
Large truck?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on, I guess, y'all's collective knowledge of what Eddie Routh drove, was that a vehicle that would normally be associated with that house or Eddie Routh?
I've never seen a truck like that on the street. No, ma'am.
Okay. And so y'all went around back, checked, the dog was gone, then what happened?
We were standing out front by our cars, talking and kind of talking over the information that we'd received and he had received from the sister. And the neighbor across the street walked outside to see what we were doing.
I'm not gonna say what she said, but did you get more information from the neighbor?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then after you talked to the neighbor, or did talking to the neighbor cause you to do anything differently?
We were still gathering information. We had thought that he had been and gone, and he was probably already left and was out of the city at that time.
Okay. And so then what happened?
While we were sitting there talking, I heard a truck turn on 6th Street behind us off of State Highway 342. So we turned to look at the truck. We could tell it had a lift kit on it. It's a pretty large truck. And we were watching it as it came down the street and approached us and passed us. And then it stopped in front of Routh's residence.
Okay. Now, what type of vehicle are you and Detective Shavera in at this time?
Unmarked Crown Victorias.
Okay. And so are there any kind of markings on there that indicates, Lancaster Police Department?
No, ma'am.
And are y'all the only vehicle at the scene at that point in time?
Yes, ma'am.
And so this big dark truck comes up the street, and then what?
It passes our vehicles. We're parked in front of Detective Shavera's house. Right here. Eddie Routh's house is right here. The truck passes us and then pulls in front of our two vehicles.
Okay.
And as it parked, the door came open, and Detective Shavera was looking inside, and he said, "That's Eddie," and he started calling out to Eddie at that time. Eddie never got out of the truck at that point. He was just sitting there with the door open.
Okay. Now, this vehicle that you and Detective Shavera have arrived in, does it have any kind of dash camera?
No, ma'am.
And did either of y'all have on any kind of body camera or body mic?
No, ma'am.
Actually, was Detective Shavera on duty or was he off duty?
He was off duty. It was a Saturday. We were off duty.
Okay, y'all were both off duty and called in.
Yes, ma'am.
And you had said earlier he got the call because he lives next door to the Rouths.
Correct.
Now, did other officers begin to arrive there at that scene?
Yes, ma'am.
And did some patrol officers come that were in marked vehicles?
Yes, ma'am.
And some officers that have dash cameras come to the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any sense of how many officers initially came to the scene?
I couldn't give you an accurate count, but probably 4, 5, 6 right in there.
Okay. 6 officers or 6 cars?
Probably both. We ride one-man units.
Okay. Except you and Shavera in one car that day?
Shavera and I were in 2 different cars.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I misunderstood. So were y'all both in unmarked cars?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Since he's a detective, and then you were also, I guess,
assistant
Higher up?
chief. I had a,
Yeah.
yes, I had a take-home car, so,
Okay, so you're not in a marked car, and neither is he.
no ma'am.
Are they both Crown Victorias?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So the other officers that have marked cars come to the scene, and then what happens?
Well, prior to the other officers arriving at the scene, Eddie shut the door on the truck. Detective Shavera was yelling at him, trying to get him to step outside, trying to get him to talk to him. He wouldn't talk to him. He was parked in front of us at an angle. He closed the door on the truck and then backed up right next to Shavera's car, where we had to move around on the driver's side of Shavera's car and talk to Eddie over the hood. He backed up, cracked the window, and killed the truck at that point.
Okay. You mean to shut off the ignition?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, did somebody come up on the scene at some point in time who was actually another officer that was wearing a body camera with a body mic?
Yes, ma'am. That was Sergeant Logan.
And is that something that's issued by the department, or is that something that he had taken the initiative to try out?
He had taken the initiative to try out.
I know we hear a lot, especially these days, about things happen and it's advantageous for officers to have some sort of body camera.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that something your department was looking into at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
To see if something y'all want to buy for the department?
Yes, ma'am.
And so Sergeant Logan is trying this out for y'all.
Yes, ma'am.
And this is a camera that he wears. What part of his body is it on?
Usually he carried it on his lapel, right in the middle, or on a pocket on one side or the other.
Okay. And have you actually seen video and heard audio from this device?
Yes, ma'am.
And so do you know that it actually is operates properly and is capable of picking up conversation and videotaping interactions with people?
Yes, ma'am.
And in fact, have you had a chance to view that video that Sergeant Logan had on that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so let me see if I can make this clear. You and Detective Shavera are standing, if the truck is facing, okay, say, if you're the driver of the vehicle, where are you and Detective Shavera in relation to the driver of the vehicle?
We are on the driver's side of Detective Shavera's vehicle, looking over the hood, and Eddie had backed up right next to him on the passenger side, both vehicles facing the same direction.
Okay, so are you able to see Eddie Routh in the driver's seat from where you are?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he have the window up or down at that point?
He had it down a little ways,
Okay,
where you could see the top of his head.
okay, but not all the way down.
No, ma'am.
Had he had it down further before?
The window was never all the way down at any point in time.
Just had it down a little bit so y'all could communicate through the crack in the window?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you and Detective Shavera close enough where you could engage in a conversation with Eddie Routh?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so let me make it clear too, Sergeant Logan is not the one talking to Eddie Routh?
Correct. Detective Shavera and myself.
Okay, but is he right there next to y'all?
Yes, ma'am. He came up right behind me. He says a few words to Eddie during our conversation, but he's not holding a conversation with him.
Okay, and it's you and Detective Shavera engaged in this conversation. Before Sergeant Logan arrived there with his body camera on, did you hear Eddie Routh make any statements to you and Detective Shavera?
Yes, ma'am. Before all the officers arrived, when we first started the conversation back and forth, Detective Shavera was asking him what he was doing, how was he doing, just general conversation, trying to open up a dialogue with him. And at that point, he had told us he had taken a couple souls and he had some more souls to take.
And then, now let me back up here. Do you and Detective Shavera have your duty weapons?
Yes, ma'am.
And other officers arriving on scene, I guess if they're in uniform or they're on duty, they have guns as well.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there some sort of heightened level of concern because of the nature of this call?
Yes, ma'am.
And why is that?
Well, just based on the information that I'd gotten that there had been a double homicide in Routh County. By that time, I'd found out that it was Chris Kyle, and there was possibly weapons, rifles inside the truck. I'm trying to, as Detective Shavera is talking to him, I'm trying to come up with a game plan. I don't want I don't want a gun battle in the middle of the residential neighborhood. I don't want to leave the scene. All I want to do is just get Detective Schwer to, you know, talk him out, and let's get out and end this peacefully.
Yeah.
So,
And you mentioned you'd heard it was Chris Kyle. Did you know who Chris Kyle was at the time?
no ma'am. In fact, when I heard it was Chris Kyle, I had to ask who it was, and then they explained to me who it was.
Okay. And did that cause you, I guess, to have heightened concern after you found out who Chris Kyle was?
Chris Kyle didn't really have that, really wasn't an issue. I've got a guy that possibly killed 2 people with guns in the truck, and that's all I'm concerned with at that point.
Okay. Were you concerned that he did have weapons in the truck, or did you have information that he did?
I was concerned that he did and had information that there was guns missing.
Okay. And so, was Detective Schwer successful right off the bat at getting Eddie Routh to come out of the car, the truck?
No ma'am. No ma'am.
And so, did he engage in a conversation that I guess went on for some period of time, trying to get him to come out of the truck?
Yes ma'am.
And was that captured on Sergeant Logan's body camera as he's standing behind the 2 of you, you and Detective Schwer?
Most of it, after he arrived.
Okay. Now, before I get into talking and we see about seeing this, there's some other officers there, I believe. We've heard from Detective Salazar. Was he and another officer trying to put stop sticks out for
Yes,
this
ma'am.
truck? And I guess we heard a little bit, were they kind of crawling on their bellies to get up under this truck?
I'm not sure. All my attention was focused on Eddie. I spoke to the Lieutenant Worley, who was there at the time, and I asked him if they had stop sticks underneath the tires. He said yes, they do. I had instructed him to get somebody down at the next intersection, so if he decided to flee the scene, we'd try to ran the front of the truck with the car, tried to disable him and keep him from going anywhere.
Were y'all making attempts to block the street off so other cars or people didn't come through that area?
No one, well, they blocked the street off down out of sight, but not right at the next intersection in front of Eddie.
Okay. But were you trying to keep people from wandering into this situation?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think we may hear on, if we hear on here somewhere where somebody, Sergeant Logan or someone, in the middle of something, it seems kind of just in the middle of it, cusses. Is that when somebody's trying to come down the street?
Yes, ma'am. I don't know if they pulled out of a driveway on this side of where the officers were or how, but we ended up with the vehicle headed towards us. Yes, ma'am.
And just, did it kind of come out of nowhere?
Yes, ma'am.
And would you say, you said your attention was on Eddie Routh?
Correct. I was trying to listen to what was going on, conversation between he and Detective Schwer.
Are you concerned that something might happen that might cause either you to have to use your weapon or another officer to have to use their weapon, or the defendant might have a weapon?
Yes, ma'am. We're
And
trying to avoid all that. Yes, ma'am.
Are you concerned about being able to see his movement in the truck and what he's doing in there?
Yes, ma'am, because the windows were tinted on the truck.
Be fair to say, is this a very tense situation?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you concerned for your safety
Yes, ma'am.
and your other officers' safety?
Sir, mainly for my officers and the public if we ended up getting mobile out of there.
Okay. So if we hear you and some other officers using some language on that video, that's a stressful situation, fair
In
to say?
situations like that, I like people to move as fast as my mind's moving. If not, I get a little perturbed.
Oh, one other thing I want to talk to you about. Is there a point on there that a phone goes off in the truck and Eddie Routh answers it?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, did that cause some alarm initially when that
Yes,
phone
ma'am.
went off?
Not alarmed, just never came to my mind that he even had a phone. Everybody has a phone. It was just surprising that in the middle of our deal, phone rings, he picks it up, starts talking on the phone.
Okay. And I don't think I asked you, what time of night is this?
I couldn't tell you. It was probably around 9 o'clock. I don't know exactly what time. I know that it all started when I got the phone call around 6 o'clock. And then I probably arrived on scene. I was trying to verify whether, there's any validity to the story, so I'd been out working all day, so I took a shower, and as soon as I got out of the shower, Lieutenant Worley called me and said, hey, this is probably going to be a good deal, so I got dressed and came in. So I couldn't tell you the exact time.
Okay, but it's dark.
It's dark, yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
To show you what we've marked for identification as State's Exhibit 233. You actually had a chance to take a look at this today, haven't you?
Yes, ma'am. Is that Sergeant Logan's
Yeah.
video? Yes, ma'am.
The body cam.
Yes, ma'am.
This is a true and accurate recording of Sergeant Logan's body cam.
Yes, ma'am.
And, because you were there when this was being recorded.
Yes, ma'am.
And since you were there while this was being recorded, can you tell the jury that this is an accurate representation of the conversation out there at the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Some parts may be a little difficult to hear, would that be fair to say?
Yes, ma'am.
Just because of the nature of somebody wearing a body mic and he's over a little ways away.
Right. It's just a
Window
movement.
being up.
Mhm.
Sometimes people talk over each other a little bit and it's hard to hear who's saying what.
Correct.
There. But other than that, this is the whole thing hadn't been altered or deleted in any way.
No, ma'am.
We'd offer states 233.
Yeah, we're gonna make that same 403 and 404 objection.
All right. The objection is noted pursuant to 403 and 404, and I will enter the same ruling as I did with regard to 232.
May I publish to the jury?
You may.
Are we heading down? Are we heading down?
Just to make it clear, Lieutenant Smith, this is Sergeant Logan running up onto the scene, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and so that's his voice that we heard, and he's running to get there, so we're about to see y'all. Okay, go ahead.
Steve Rubin.
Hey, you in your car? Correct.
Down the street.
Backing up. Take some cover. Back up. Backing up.
You want to spotlight him?
Watch it. Got a rifle. Sure.
Huh?
Back it up. Back it up. Hey, you got the fucking gun. It's done. Got a light on. Give me a fucking light on. Give me a fucking light right on. Watch it.
Eddie!
Eddie!
Eddie! I'm gonna shoot out the tires. Eddie! 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 Hey, roll the window down. Roll the window down. Talk to us, man. We're gonna help you. Just roll the window down. Come on. Eddie, we've helped you before. Hey, you're cool, man. Everything's cool. Just roll the window down. Do what? Okay, keep your hands right there, man. Hey, let Chief talk. Let Jesse talk to you. Jesse, come here. Jesse, gonna talk to you. Eddie. All right, look, guys. I know this is really bad right now, but we're all scared here too. Hey, do me a favor. If you can hear me clearly, just shut the truck off for a minute. While you talk to me, okay? What's the truck like that? Turn it off for a minute. Turn it off for a second. Turn it off and talk to me, okay? All right. We're trying to figure it out right now, okay? We're trying to figure it out right now. So right now, the best thing for everybody is you step out of the truck with your hands open so we can see, everybody can relax, okay? Now, I want you to open the door very slowly, come out with your hands straight up and come talk to me, okay? Eddie, I don't want to hurt you, Eddie. Okay, we all grew up together here. Listen to me, buddy, okay? This is going to be bad for everybody if you don't do as I asked you. Trust me, because I know your parents are going to be really hurt if we don't get this thing resolved peaceably, okay? Where are they even at? That, I don't know, they're on the phone or somewhere here in Texas. They want to come home. So I told them, let me try to talk to Eddie, find what's going on first, and that's what we're doing. Okay, listen to me. Listen to me. Here's attorney. I'm not going to lie to you. I'll get your parents down here. As soon as you get down here, just do as I asked you to do. Come on, as a neighbor, as a friend. It's going to take them 2 or 3 hours to get here, Eddie. Well, they're going to have to come first. Eddie, here, tell me this, okay? Tell me this, work for me. I will try to get them down here. You can stay in that truck, just throw me the keys out so you don't run off and get upset, okay? Okay, I'm gonna move it up in the, No, don't worry about that. We got it blocked, man. We're fine. Just throw me the keys out here as a gesture that you're not gonna run off while I try to get them down here, make the trip, try to get down here, okay?
Somebody get a fucking car around, get ready to block him. You hear me?
No, because
Get
that's
somebody
when
get
they
around
go
there and
back.
fucking block him if he goes take off.
Okay?
Gotcha.
Let me ask you this.
Somebody get a car around here and block it. No, don't block it yet, just get ready to block.
Okay?
Get ready to
Let's
block.
find that out together. Okay. You have no reason not to trust me here. What are you talking about? You're possibly right in certain areas, but we got it right now. What is it that you want? You want to resolve peacefully. You want to see your parents, right? I do. Okay, and we can get there if you just come with me. Come with me and let's talk, and we'll get them down here. We can visit with them safely. Okay. I slept some when I got in from work.
Blood on his window, not in his eyes.
Okay, well, we can get you a place where you can get some rest. When your parents get here, you'll be arrested. Well, I can guarantee you that. I guarantee that. Because wherever, you come out, whenever you come out of there. Yes, because they, have to do their job, just like you have to do your job. Remember?
What's my job right now in society, Jesse? I don't know what it is. Kill all the people that are doing bad in the world?
No, that's for the laws to take care of. Well, I understand what you're. And you're right, okay? Okay, hold on, Eddie, open the window and leave it to a point where we can talk, Eddie.
Okay, let's talk.
Okay, listen to me, okay? We are here because we have to be, and we're not going away. But as a friend, as a neighbor, we have always been able to talk, and I've always assured you that if you ever need anything, come talk to me, right?
I can't even hardly feel like I can talk to you.
That's cool, I just opened him out of here.
Okay, can you tell me why?
Hey.
Uh-huh.
Went down so fast, I didn't really even have a chance to
Well, the people,
I tried to talk to my sister today, and it was weird talking to them. I tried to talk to my uncle later this afternoon, it was weird talking to him.
right? But,
It's just happening so fast, I don't know if I'm going insane or.
well, that's what we need to try to figure out, okay? We need to figure out what's going on here, what's going on in what you're thinking, and then see if it's right or wrong. But you know, the people that I deal with, you know, whether, it's all, we know it's safe. It's not what you're seeing out here in this world. You have to leave, and you left, and you served your country, and when you were gone, all this happened. And it wasn't in your control.
Well, now that's in my control, cause I'm in this vehicle, so.
Okay?
That I know is in control.
Yes, you're right. And I understand that. But the thing is right now, for us, for you to be in control of this situation, and nothing else goes bad, and you don't get hurt, your mama don't get hurt, your dad don't get hurt, we need to resolve this and come talk in person without all these officers here and everything.
Well, as soon as I see my mom and dad pull back up in the driveway, I'm moving the truck.
Okay, but we can't let you move right now, Eddie.
I'm not gonna move it, I'm gonna sit right here where I'm at.
Okay?
Doesn't keep the lights on me, I'll just keep my hands closed.
Okay. Eddie, why can't we just go talk about this somewhere else?
Why do we have to talk about it here?
I'm sorry?
Why can't you get in the truck with me?
Well, you know, there's more than one way to do it, but we need to do it on neutral territory. We need to talk about it, me and you. If you want to talk about it, I'll walk with you over here, but, you know, I need to see that, you know, we can talk about this peaceably without anybody be nervous. And that would be you coming out with your hands so we can talk about this thing.
Is this about like hell walking on earth right now?
I'm not sure what you mean by that, but...
Hell's walking on earth with us right now.
Telling me we walk over to the house and talk to him, because they're out the same stuff.
Well, what I'm trying to tell you is that I'll walk over here to your house, to your front yard, and my hands will be open, and your hands will be open, and we can talk about this. And we can call your mom and dad on my phone, and you can tell them that you need to see them. Well, the first step's gonna be for us to get your mom and dad on the phone, let them know you're all right, and then for them to start back home, because they want to come home and see you.
Can you call them and hand me the phone?
I can call them, but I need you to come out here and talk to them with me, talk to them.
I won't do that. I'll let you call them and hand me the phone, and I'll talk to them through the window.
And if they tell you they're gonna come home, but it's gonna take them a couple hours, 3 hours, will you come with me, and then, you know, they can come see you.
I won't do
Hey,
that, but I will.
let me ask you something. If he rolls that window down all the way, if you just hand the phone to him, I think we can snap, yeah, tase him.
Okay, say that again, I couldn't hear you.
If you guarantee me that I'll see them in the next 2 hours, 3 hours,
You got taser? I got one right here in my belt.
Yes, and if I guarantee you that,
If he rolls the window down, and I'll hold the light on him, if he needs up, I'll take that.
okay, yes, you're right.
Tase his
But
ass.
if I get your parents on the phone, if you're gonna come down here and be there 2 or 3 hours, will you come with me and wait, I'll wait with you till they get there.
Did I have a seatbelt on? Did he have a seatbelt on?
But, I mean, will you do that for me, Eddie? Okay, what can we do, what do you think that I can do for you that will help us get to that point where you can come peaceably and we can talk about this?
I don't know what peace and law and order is all about now.
Okay, then maybe we can both talk about that and figure it out, both of us, because I've worked for this job and
You're a beast, and you're long around.
and it's just, you know, that's what I do, okay? Okay, we didn't either, but. Okay. Eddie, remember when we talked about the last time we talked? Things you cannot control, we don't worry about right now. Let's worry about what you can control. And that is you contacting your parents through me. Sir? Well, yeah, but right now, everybody's a little nervous because we don't, sorry? Everybody's a little nervous because we don't know, you know, what's going on. Okay? Eddie, don't do that, Eddie. Because you're saying one thing, like you say, you can't trust the world, and right now, we're trying to trust you.
Well, how can y'all trust me
Well, you have to have some faith. And if you, like I said, last time we talked, okay, well, let me help you get some, let me get somebody to help us understand this. No, it's not a voodoo, it's just society sometimes isn't in our favor. In our favor, all of us. At some time, at some point in our lives, things change and we don't like it. And it's good for some people and bad for some people, but we have to go through those hard times to the good times, and it always gets better. How many times have we had situations we're involved in, and I've been there with you and your dad and mom, and we got through those times, and it wound up okay.
Cross the finger and know that if he leaves, that he needs to ram him. I don't care what he does to get him stopped.
Jesse, see if he'll walk over to the house and talk to you.
Okay, I ain't gonna call them, but I'm not gonna call them if I don't have you word on some things, Eddie, because I don't wanna mislead them. I don't want them rushing down here, and see, that's the whole problem. I'm afraid if I call them and they rush the time limit, that something's gonna happen. As long as they know you're safe and secure, they're gonna come.
What's the time limit?
I don't know what traffic's like. I don't know if there's gonna be a major accident on the highway.
I've been watching it on the news for weeks, or, 2-3 days now, Jesse, the fucking anarchy's been killing the world.
In certain parts, yes.
It's not my fault, I can't help it.
No, you're right, and that's what I'm saying. Let me help you not worry about that part of it. You can't control it.
Who the fuck?
Where's it happening?
Well, right now here in the U.S. is the best. Around the world in other nations, it is not the best. Because it's just the way life is, Eddie.
Are you serious?
Okay? I'm gonna call your parents, okay? But if they're gonna agree to calm down, are you listening to me?
Get them.
I don't know what's going on. Give me a second, okay? Okay, but here. Okay, but hear me out, okay? We need to see your hands, okay? We need to see that you are at peace and we can relax. What could help if we can turn the light off if you'll do this. If you drop that window where you put your hands on the steering wheel, and then we can drop the light so we can kind of not put it in your eyes, okay?
I can't drop the window, and y'all win.
How do we win, Eddie?
If I drop the window far enough, y'all gonna take me out of this truck?
No, Eddie, no. I'm not gonna walk up there and yank you out of the truck and nose in you, but no, not as anybody else either, okay? Eddie, don't do that. Let me call your parents.
We'll call them and get them on the phone and get them down.
Okay.
You think he's gonna roll one down with Casey?
I'm gonna call, okay?
Not through the fucking crack. You don't want
No, Eddie, I can't do that. You're gonna have to meet me halfway with this. I'm doing your part, help you out. The phone is dialing, okay? Hey, Jody. Jody. Eddie, open the window because I got your mom on the phone. Okay, hold on a second. I'm gonna put her on speakerphone so you can hear her voice, okay? Hold on. Eddie?
roll the window. Roll the window down where you see your hand.
We're not gonna do nothing, Eddie. Go ahead and roll it so you can hear it properly, and we'll be quiet. Okay, Jody, go ahead and talk to them, Jody.
Hey, does that taser work good enough? Jim, ask me to roll the window down. I got 50.
Eddie, I'm gonna tell her what we talked about, okay? Hey, Jody? Okay. Eddie doesn't know what's going on. We don't know exactly what's going on either, but here's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get Eddie to come out of the truck and come with us, but here's the deal. Eddie said he will come out of the truck.
Hey.
If you guarantee you'll come
That
down
one that
tonight,
comes down
he
with
wants
his
to see
hands
you.
on this fucking ass table.
And will you do? It's gonna take a few hours. He wants to know where y'all are at. Can you tell me Lisa Town where you're at? They're in Abilene. So it's gonna take a few hours, everybody traffic is good. No, you're not gonna meet them halfway, you're gonna meet us here, so they're gonna come here to help the situation, Eddie. We can't do it halfway, buddy. Because we have the situation here, okay, and mom, Eddie, mom's talking to you. Well, I'm trying to talk to him and to come in with me, be safe, security, and get here so you don't have to rush and be worried about him or something happening. Because you can't tell what's going on here over the phone. Eddie, have I ever given you a reason not to trust me in anything? When? Well, like I asked, we talked, buddy, today, we said just call me or come talk to me, we got things we never finished our last conversation, remember? Because everybody kept on coming around. You know, so that's what we need to do between the time that your mom leaves and gets here, we can finish that conversation and you can talk to them. That's just, you know, this is, you wanna see this is probably the best solution, and you should have no reason not to trust you. You go with me, we'll wait for them, let us get here, they don't have to rush, we're gonna go down here somewhere, we don't have to talk in the street, we can go down and sit on some table, and we just gonna sit there and talk. If you want to, we can go to our station, nothing can happen to you there.
Tell me where the best sport. Tell me where the best sport.
Dude, I can't
If you
drive
with
you
you.
there, but you can come with me. No, it is not, Eddie, and we don't want it to be. No. If it was, I would not be here standing talking to you, bud. Eddie, okay, how long have we known each other?
To what?
Okay? Whatever the situation, I'm not gonna guide you wrong. Okay? I'm not gonna do that, Eddie. Only thing we can do at this point is go forward and go up with the situation up in a way that's gonna be best for you, for your parents, me, everybody around us.
His dog.
Eddie,
Yeah.
no, Eddie, if everybody wanted to barbecue your ass, that would have already happened. That's why we're here talking, Eddie. Eddie, look at it this way, Eddie. If you do it the way I'm asking you to do, if there ever is a second time, then you're in control because you know that if I didn't help you, it didn't work itself out, then next time you know that you can't trust me. But I haven't given you a reason not to trust you. So this time, I'm asking you to trust me, let's work with this, and if something ever happens or you feel this way again, then, you know, that's your call, buddy.
Do y'all have any guns?
Do we have guns? Well, we have to, it's our job.
I do too, it's my job.
Okay, well, that's a good possibility you do, but we don't want to show our guns, you don't want to show yours.
We don't need that.
No, we don't. There you go. See, we agree on the same thing.
Well, if that's not a problem, then I'm gonna take this truck and move forward.
Eddie, don't do that, Eddie.
I can't keep sitting here watching these cats scurry by and there's shit fucking moving all around me that I don't even know about.
Eddie, don't bring that truck up because I know you probably want to go to your house, but I'm worried that before you get to your house, you're going to make a decision and keep going. And we don't want to do that, Eddie. Eddie.
Get his phone.
What's that? You got a phone?
Tell him to walk to the house with him.
He's on the phone, sorry. He's on the phone.
Looks like he answered him.
Right.
Do you think that fucking door is locked?
Right.
Yeah, he locked it. He reached up and locked it. He's talking to the folk down in, Ranger Briley.
I just called him. Eddie. Dad's on the phone. Okay. Can you just listen to him a second, see what he wants to say to you?
Yeah.
Ray? Can you hear him?
Yes, sir. Well, if he's on his way, I'm gonna move this truck up.
Eddie, I'll move the truck later. Come with me, walk with me to your yard, let's talk about this, Eddie.
I can't walk back into the yard with you.
Okay, then we can walk up the front here, in front of these lights together, and we'll talk about this out in the open. But, you know, it's nervous for everybody if we can't see what you're doing in the truck, and you can't see what we're doing out here, and that way both of us can see what's going on in the surroundings. We can relax that part and focus on what we wanna talk about.
I can feel everybody feeding on my soul all ago, Jesse, that is not good.
No, it is not good.
Why is it happening? Why is it still happening?
Because we're in this situation. And that evil part has control of it because we're making a decision to stay in that truck.
No, I'm making the decision because my soul's on this side of the glass. And so is my.
Okay, so if you're making a decision, then you can control that situation and you can control that evil thought. And by you overpowering it, by you coming out here with me, by you be control of this, you're gonna defeat that evil thought, evil senses that you're getting. Because you're in control, Eddie. You see what I'm saying? And once we diffuse the situation by you coming out with me, and then that feeling you're having is gonna go away, because you've overpowered it.
It won't though, because all it's gonna do is diffuse my brain, you're gonna try to unjack all.
Eddie, the sooner that we go together, the sooner your parents can start this way. Okay?
You're already headed this way, man.
Eddie, hear me out. Eddie, I'm gonna tell them to get off the phone and pack their stuff so they can start this way. And then if we need to, we'll call them back, okay? Okay, Ray, you hear that? Eddie, don't, just stay right there. I'll stay right here, you stay right there when we see each other, okay? I'll call you back. Eddie, Eddie? Eddie?
Hey.
Eddie, don't.
Stop six in front of him.
I'm sorry, what? Okay, but we can't hear anything. That truck's too loud. Okay, why don't we go take a nap somewhere you can be more comfortable?
I'm pretty comfortable in here, Jesse.
Eddie? Eddie? I'm sorry? Eddie, do me a favor, okay? I'm gonna back off and let's give it a couple of seconds. So do me a favor, just put your hands on the steering wheel. I'm gonna back off and we're gonna talk in a minute, okay? Okay, you need to get somebody with some flash bangs out here.
Listen, dude. You think you can talk him into, you're not gonna get in the fucking truck with him and say, hey, you want me to get in the truck with you, but you gotta roll the fucking window down so I can look around and make sure there's no threats. And,
Eddie, okay, I'm sure you're hearing what we're saying, right? Okay, that's why we're talking here, so you don't feel like we're trying to talk behind your back. Now, okay, well, here's the situation. We're trying to work something out to where we both come to an agreement, okay? But you're gonna have to give us a few times, because I can't just all of a sudden say yes to what you would like, and you can't say yes to what we would like, right? So, do me a favor, just stay like that for a couple of seconds, and let's see if I can come up with something that we come to some terms we can both agree on, okay? Give me just a minute.
So I have to go get you another flashlight, you gotta back up, put that one down, another,
I got one more pocket.
oh, big one.
I'm sorry, what, Eddie? Well, we're trying to figure out how we can do this as far as, a while ago you said something about me driving you to the station, right?
Well, no, I was thinking maybe we can follow each other up there, you can follow me up there.
To the station?
Is there any?
No. Not really.
Cause I've been driving around, there's not very many more people on the road, everybody just keeps driving.
Yeah, I think that everybody's got kind of cool, so everybody decided to go indoors for the night.
I think so.
But have you thought of anything that would maybe work this thing out to where we could kind of, me and you go together and then wait for your mom and dad? Mom and dad, excuse me, I got some gas here. Have you thought of anything?
So somebody blocked that car off. It's time.
And can you just make sure you don't do me a favor, Eddie, I'm not trying to treat you like a kid. If we wanna relax, if we don't wanna misinterpret something, just kinda, keep your hands up the way you've been doing, and just, so we can see and we can all relax a little bit, okay?
That's when you make sure that there's no plans.
Well, no, because then we can't hear you if you try to call me, cause it's so loud, this diesel's so loud.
If I need to, I'll turn it off and talk to you.
Eddie, 5 minutes, Eddie, okay?
O'Brien, which place is it?
Now, Lieutenant Smith, this ends with, is Eddie Routh pulling out away from this house
Yes, ma'am.
in this truck? Could it be characterized even as peeling out?
Yes, ma'am.
And this ends with Sergeant Logan's running back to get into his car.
Correct.
Now, his body mic that he's got on actually stays on while he's in his car, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you may have seen that, but it's not exactly, it'll make you a little car sick, looking, it kind of bounces around because it's on his body. It's not as stationary as the dash cam in his vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
And as the supervisor out there, I guess you were the highest ranking officer there at the scene.
Correct.
So was it your duty at some point during this investigation to review videos from that incident?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you seen the Sergeant Logan's dash cam video that is probably a better view of what we were about to see here from his body cam?
Yes, ma'am.
May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 234. You had a chance to look at that today as well.
Yes, ma'am.
And is this an accurate copy of the recording from Sergeant Logan's dash cam video? That we can watch it on this body cam video, but we might get a little sick.
It is.
Kind of goes up towards the sky sometimes, and we can't exactly see straight in front of us on the road. And you know from your department's equipment that this was a working camera in his car that day.
Yes, ma'am.
And you've reviewed it, and this is the entire chase. Were you in on the chase as well with the Detective Chavera? Did y'all get in y'all's unmarked car and follow?
I don't know which vehicle he got into. I had 2 officers get in with me. I was the second vehicle at the beginning of the chase, in the chase, the one whose trunk's going up and down.
Okay. And so that's y'all, so you're in on this chase as well, but you don't have a video in your vehicle?
No, ma'am.
Yours is not equipped with a dash camera?
Correct.
But this is a true and accurate recording of Sergeant Logan's, and you've reviewed it?
Yes, ma'am.
We'd offer States 234.
Same 403, 404. Objection, Your Honor.
Overruled and admitted on the same basis as noted on 232.
Actually, I think we can probably skip ahead a little bit, because this is in his car. Or maybe not, we'll see. There we go. After that point, after the chase stopped, Lieutenant Smith, was a fire department ambulance dispatched to that location?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that because, Officer Grimes rammed Eddie Routh's truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, we know now it's not his truck, but you know what I'm talking about. And did the fire department EMS people come out and check him out to see if he had any injuries?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and did he?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Now, we see on this, this dash cam video how he goes on this chase, and y'all are involved in that. You're just a car or two back from where Logan and Officer Salazar are.
Yes, ma'am.
And so you could see it from your perspective. You're just a couple cars back.
Yes, ma'am.
But we saw in this one, Officer Logan took the lead in the chase at some point after Officer Grimes rammed him.
Yes, ma'am.
And did y'all reach some pretty high speeds during this chase?
Yes, ma'am, at times. I can't recall what speeds reached. I know we were on Pleasant Run on the 2-lane, the split thoroughfare. We accumulated a lot of speed in that area.
I mean, a lot faster than the posted speed.
Yes, ma'am.
A lot faster than the other traffic on the road.
Yes, ma'am.
Running some red lights,
Yes, ma'am.
running some stop signs.
Yes, ma'am.
Was it a pretty dangerous situation?
Yes, ma'am. It's what I didn't want to happen.
That's why you were trying to keep him contained there on 6th Street.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, while he's there, well, let me, at the end of the chase here, does that end because the truck is disabled?
Yes, ma'am.
And did y'all determine that later on, that truck was it had just pooped out?
Yes, ma'am. You could see all the fluid on Sergeant Logan's windshield that was coming from the truck.
Okay, so that's what that is. It's not raining all of a sudden.
No, ma'am.
And then when y'all get there to the scene, we saw a man in kind of a maroon T-shirt with I guess a vest on. Is that Detective Chavera?
Yes, ma'am.
And now, in that the standoff part of the video, where we're hearing the conversation between Detective Chavera and the defendant, he's talking about wanting Chavera to call his mom and dad. Did y'all know, where are the mom and dad?
In Abilene, is what I was told.
They were out of town.
If I recall right, father was working in the oil field or something out in Abilene, and mother was out there visiting him at the time.
Okay. Now, he says something on that conversation about, cats sneaking around. Do y'all have stray cats in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
It's kind of a problem.
Yes, ma'am.
Talks about knowing that people are sneaking around the truck.
Yes.
You heard that part? And people are sneaking around the truck, right?
Correct. That's when they're placing the spike strips underneath the truck.
During that conversation, did you hear him say to Detective Chavera, everybody just wants to barbecue my ass right now?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you heard that term before? Like, barbecue my ass or fry my ass? Or,
Yes, ma'am.
you heard him say, ask if y'all had guns.
Yes, ma'am.
And he told you that he had guns too.
Correct.
Said that was his job as well.
Correct.
And the back and forth between he and Detective Chavera, a lot of it is about Detective Chavera wants him to come out of the truck and end this.
Yes, ma'am.
And he's refusing.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you hear him say at one point, I'm making the decision to stay in the truck because my soul's on this side of the glass and so is my hide?
Yes, ma'am.
And now you have said that you and Detective Chavera were not in uniform and not in a marked car, but there were other marked cars there at that scene.
Correct.
They're on 6th Street.
Correct. Behind the truck.
Okay. And were there uniformed officers out there?
Yes, ma'am.
Outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Their vehicles? I mean, he knows who Detective Chavera is. He's his next door neighbor, right?
Correct.
He knows he's a police officer.
Correct.
Defendant knows that. Now, I think we can agree he makes some kind of odd statements during this conversation with Detective Chavera.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But overall, was the conversation about, are you gonna get out of this truck? And he's not, he's refusing.
Yes, ma'am.
And then he takes off and leads y'all on this chase.
Correct.
I'll pass the witness.
Court,
Yes, sir.
counsel. Counsel asked you about several statements about whether or not you heard him, being Mr. Routh make, during that videotape. You reviewed the videotape before you saw it in court here today, correct?
Yes, sir.
This is at least the second time you've seen it. Have you seen it more than that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also, you wrote a report to memorialize these events, and so did a whole bunch of other people from Lancaster PD, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there may or may not be some discrepancies in those reports about who said what, but I would like to ask you about a few of the things that were said out there that night. Did you hear Eddie Routh make the statement on that videotape that it's so effing crazy out here, we can't keep ourselves careful if we're not effing trusting our own stuff? Did you hear him make
Yes,
that
sir.
statement?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear him make the statement that I don't know if I'm going insane?
Yes, sir.
Did you hear him make the statement, is this about like hell walking on earth right now?
Yes, sir.
And did he respond to Chavera's statement? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but hell's walking on earth with us right now as we speak.
Yes, sir.
You remember that?
Yes, sir.
He did make that statement on the videotape.
Yes, sir.
Later in that conversation, did Mr. Routh make the statement, I don't know. I don't know what peace and law and order is all about. And after Detective Chavera says, okay, then maybe we can both talk about that and figure it out, both of us, because I work for this job and it's that's what I do, okay? And Mr. Routh said, it's a fine time too. I didn't know if this was going to, I didn't, and then it's unintelligible. And then Chavera says, okay, we didn't either, but, and then there's something else unintelligible, and then Mr. Routh says, it's diseases right now. You recall that part of the conversation?
No, sir. I don't recall the diseases portion.
Do you recall him asking Detective Chavera if it's voodoo that's upon us?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall him making the statement later in that conversation that I've been watching it on the news for weeks, or 2-3 days now, Jesse. The effing anarchy has been killing the world.
Yes, sir.
Did at one point Mr. Routh ask Mr. Chavera, is the apocalypse on top of us right now?
Yes, sir. He asked about the apocalypse.
And in regard to the question counsel asked you about cats, was his statement, I can't keep sitting here watching these cats scurry by and there's shit effing moving all around me that I don't even know about? Is that the statement that you were referring to when she asked you about cats?
Yes, sir.
And toward the end of the conversation, did Mr. Routh make the statement that I can feel everybody feeding on my soul a while ago, Jesse? That was not good.
Yes, sir.
And finally, at some point toward near the end when Jesse or Detective Chavera and Mr. Routh are talking, when Eddie says to a rather lengthy statement made by Detective Chavera about Eddie being in control, you see what I'm saying, and once we diffuse the situation about you coming out with me, and in that feeling that you're having will go away because you've overpowered it. And Eddie Routh says, it won't though. All it's going to do is diffuse in my brain. Y'all are going to try to, and then unintelligible. You remember that part?
Yes, sir.
Who was it on the video that kept requesting that if the window comes down, they tase him?
That was me.
That was you?
Yes, sir. It was me towards the end. Somebody else suggested it first, I believe. But that was the plan I was trying to work towards.
And you testified initially that, that Eddie had said that, he had just taken some souls and had some more to take.
Yes, sir, that was prior to, I was trying to remember as I was looking at the video, that was prior to everybody showing up. That was when he had pulled forward, I think is when that conversation took place.
Well, isn't really what he said was that he had taken 2 souls that he had to take before they took his?
I don't recall, but it was something along those lines.
Pass the witness.
So you were out there outside the window saying, you know, we heard you say, let's tase him. Or somebody says, let's get some flash bangs in here. And by the way, what are flash bangs?
They're a grenade that makes a loud noise. It's used for dynamic entries and things like that.
Y'all are talking about wanting to tase him, use some flash bangs. At some point during this conversation, doesn't Eddie make the comment that he can hear what y'all are saying?
He doesn't say he can hear us. Detective Shavera asked him if he can hear what we're saying, and he says, I can hear you, but all I hear is mumbling.
Okay. But he could probably hear to some degree.
Your Honor, I don't object, that's pure speculation on this part.
Well,
Sustained.
you're outside talking about tasing him and getting some flashbangs out there. He knows y'all have guns out there, right?
Correct.
And so he makes that comment, I can feel everybody feeling on my soul and it's not good.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object. That's a mischaracterization of what the question was.
Sustained. How many riders are on this horse? One.
Well, was it some comment, when Mr. Isham asked you the question, that was something to that effect about, I can feel everybody feeding on my soul a while back, and that was not good? You heard him ask you that?
I'm not going to testify word for word, but
Okay.
basically, yes.
But there was some comment about that.
Yes, ma'am.
And y'all are all out there talking about tasing him, talking about putting flashbangs in.
Yes,
Right,
ma'am.
okay, y'all are talking about that. And would it be fair to say that, this is a highly tense situation?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a lot of bad stuff going on in the world now, and there was 2 years ago too, right?
Correct.
Maybe a lot of stuff people don't agree with politically, right?
Correct.
Stuff going on in other parts of the world.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to this point of meeting.
Sustained.
I mean, you don't know what he meant when he said, is the apocalypse upon us?
No, ma'am.
He could have been talking about something metaphorical, for all you know.
If I may, I wasn't that concerned about what he was saying. That was more Detective Shavera's deal because he's holding the conversation.
Right.
My main thoughts in my head are how am I going to get him?
I'm gonna object as non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay.
Did you have a lot of things to worry about right then in that situation?
Yes, ma'am.
And so analyzing what's going on in the defendant's head is not your job right then and there.
Correct.
Now, he made some comment about, is it voodoo? Were you aware at all that he had been stationed in Haiti at some time?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and are you aware that voodoo is a religion or practice in Haiti?
No, ma'am.
When we came to the stop of that chase, we see him, he got out. Did he put his hands up out of the car?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
Complied with y'all's commands?
Yes, ma'am.
Laid on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
Are people telling him to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Probably a lot of people yelling at him to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
And fully cooperated with y'all when this chase came to an end because that truck pooped out?
Yes, ma'am.
And then you said the fire department came, checked him out, he was uninjured?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you, other than this interaction there, standing there next to Detective Shavera, did you have any more interaction with the defendant after the chase came to an end?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you form an opinion that night about what was going on with him? Did you think he was intoxicated?
Just based on some of the comments he was making, I didn't know if he was intoxicated, if he was high, if he was, just an odd guy. I wasn't like I said, I wasn't trying to focus that much on the conversation. I was just trying to figure out some way that we could get him out of the truck.
Was your intent that this all just end peaceably,
Yes, ma'am, right there.
without anybody getting hurt?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll pass the witness.
Did you smell any alcohol?
No, sir.
Smell any marijuana?
No, sir.
Since counsel asked you about whether or not you knew whether or not, when you made the statement, the apocalypse is upon us, whether or not that was metaphorical or not, you don't know whether or not he believed it was truly upon us.
Correct. I have no idea.
I mean, when you say, I don't know if he's high, I don't know if he's on drugs, I don't know if he's drinking, I don't know if he's an odd guy, you don't know if he's straight up nuts either.
Correct. I do not.
Pass the witness.
Y'all have a drug problem in Lancaster?
I'm gonna object to relevance.
Sustained.
Does your department make drug arrests in Lancaster?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna continue the same running objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you know Mr. Routh before that evening?
I knew who he was. I'd seen him around since he was a little boy next door to Jesse's, and but never had any conversation, contact with him law enforcement wise.
So you don't know him?
No, ma'am.
And we're sitting here talking about Eddie Routh. Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you point him out and identify something he's wearing for the record?
Right here with the dark colored suit, blue shirt, tie, glasses, shaved head.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that the witness identified the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
And does he look a little different than he did back in February 2013?
Yes, ma'am.
How's that?
He's put on weight.
I'll pass the witness.
I don't have further questions, witness.
All right, you may step down.
Thank you.
Who's your next witness?
Dr. Barnard. Probably a good time to take a break.
All right, the next witness will be lengthy, I assume, at this point, so it's 3:15. We'll take about a 20-minute recess at this time. Maybe the last one of the day, so make good use of it. Let's try to be back at 3:35. You ready? All right, we're back from the afternoon recess, 3:50. State's counsel is present at counsel table as well as the defendant and defense counsel. Jury's out of the room. We ready?
I just wanted to make sure that anybody that's in the audience should be advised we are going to proceed with the medical examiner, and there will be some.
I will advise at this time members of the audience that there will be potentially graphic evidence presented during this phase of the trial. If that sort of evidence makes you queasy, now is the time to leave, not once the testimony is being presented. Anybody need to leave needs to do so at this time. All right, we're ready to bring the jury in. All right, you may be seated in the courtroom. The record reflects that the jury is back in the jury box at this time. State, call your next witness.
State calls Dr. Jeffrey Barnard.
Dr. Barnard, before you're seated, I'll administer the oath. If you'll raise your right hand for me, please, sir. Do you solemnly promise and swear that the testimony you will provide in this cause now on trial is the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, sir? Have you got it? I do. All right, you can have a seat in this black chair, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Before I proceed with Dr. Barnard, exhibit number 229 was previously admitted by the court, a stipulation of evidence, and with your permission at this time, if I could publish this to the jury just by reading the relevant portions to
You may do so.
Case 229 is a stipulation of evidence that reads, found Eddie Ray Routh, the defendant, the above entitled number cause in an open court, and with the consent and advice of his attorneys, enters into the stipulation of evidence with the state of Texas as represented by M. Allen Nash, District Attorney of Routh County, Texas. The aforementioned defendant consents to the oral stipulation of evidence and to the introduction of affidavits, written statements of witnesses, and other documented evidence, waives his rights against self-incrimination, and confesses to the following facts. The person upon whom Jeffrey Barnard, M.D., performed the autopsy in Dallas County Institute of Forensic Sciences, case number IFS person upon whom Jeffrey Barnard, MD, performed the autopsy in Dallas County Institute of Forensic Sciences, case number IFS 1301984, on the 3rd day of February 2013, is the same Chad Hudson Littlefield, who was a deceased victim in this case, cause number CR 14024. And it's signed and agreed to by the defendant, Eddie Routh, his attorney, Alan Nash, and signed off on by Judge Cashin.
For the record, Judge, we so stipulate.
Record will reflect.
Would you introduce yourself to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Jeffrey Barnard, B-A-R-N-A-R-D.
And how are you employed?
I'm the Chief Medical Examiner and the Director of the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences.
And where's that located?
Dallas County.
Okay. And how long have you held that job?
Since 1991.
Would you tell the jury what your qualifications and your training and your educational background is that allow you to hold that position?
I attended Texas A&M University and received a Bachelor of Science in Medicine degree. I attended Texas A&M College of Medicine and received my MD degree. I served a one-year general surgery internship at Scott and White Hospital in Temple, Texas. I served a 4-year combined anatomic and clinical pathology residency at Scott and White Hospital. I served a 1-year fellowship in forensic pathology at the medical examiner's office in Suffolk County, which is in Long Island in New York. I'm board certified in anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. I'm a diplomat to the National Board of Medical Examiners. I worked as an emergency room physician on a part-time basis during both the residency and my fellowship, and I'm a professor of pathology at UT Southwestern Medical School.
And so you've been doing that since 1991?
I've been chief since '91. I started in Dallas in 1987.
And that's your career as a medical examiner?
Right, yes.
Now, explain to the jury, what does that entail? What are your duties as the medical examiner?
Well, as a medical examiner, the job is to determine the cause and manner of death in cases that are referred to the office. Most of the time that entails doing an autopsy. Sometimes there is what we call an external examination, where you have a large amount of medical history that's compelling that the determination is that an autopsy is not needed. But 75 to 80% of the time an autopsy is done. As the chief medical examiner, I oversee all the other medical examiners as well as oversee the crime lab and from an administrative standpoint. But I also personally do autopsies.
And you've worked to the Southwest Institute of Forensic Sciences in Dallas?
Yes.
Okay, and does it have a slightly different name too that it goes by?
Well, lots of people call it SWIFTS, but it's the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Sciences.
Okay. And so on your tags that you have on the autopsies, it says Dallas County Institute of Forensic Science. That's the same place?
It's the same place.
Okay. And if we call it SWIFTS, that's what we're talking about too?
Yes.
Now, how many other medical examiners do you supervise?
12 others.
And so, in your duty as chief medical examiner at the Southwest Institute of Forensic Sciences in Dallas, did you perform an autopsy on a man by the name of Christopher Scott Kyle?
Yes.
And did you do that on February the 3rd, 2013?
Yes.
And then did you also on that same date perform an autopsy on Chad Hudson Littlefield?
Yes.
That was also on February the 3rd, 2013.
That's correct.
And in doing so, do you prepare a report in conjunction with your autopsy?
Yes.
And that's your regular practice to do that?
That's correct.
And while the autopsy is being performed, are photographs taken?
Yes.
And is that to help you document evidence, and also if you need to come testify in court?
Yes.
Okay. And would you explain to the jury what is the process that a person goes through when a deceased person is brought to your office for an autopsy? How does it get there?
Well, when a case is referable to the medical examiner's office, then someone calls that in, depending on who it is. It could be an investigative agency, it could be a nurse, it could be a justice of the peace for cases that do not originate in Dallas County. And So at that time, when a case is reported, it's given a unique identifying number. And so when the case arrives, then the body is, if it's not in a body bag already, it's put in a body bag. It has a tag that's attached that has a unique identifying number and barcode to it. The medical examiner then will document from the time they open the body bag until the time they're through.
So when the person first arrives there at the medical examiner office, are they brought in the condition that they were found when they were found dead?
Yes, when there's a scene investigation, that would be true. Part of the reason we take what we call an as-is photograph is that should any issue come up later that there was some variance from what we described to what someone says was present at a scene, this is how we first saw them.
So, and particularly in crime scene, in crime situations, a homicide, they would be brought in the manner that they were found.
Well, yeah, except if they go to the hospital, then they always cut all the clothes off, so you don't have them in the same way that they were at the scene. You have them as they come to your office, usually after doing surgical procedures. But if that doesn't occur, then they're brought in as is to us.
As they were found?
Yes.
And then what processes take place once they're brought in?
Well, as I said before, they have a unique identifying number. The medical examiner, in this particular case was me, I took photographs as I first saw the bodies, and then as we went through the procedure, I documented the injuries that were present, and then I took notes and documented in my report what the injuries involved, where they went, what all was entailed, natural disease, things like that.
And is it the ultimate goal of this inquiry to determine what the cause of death is for an individual?
Cause and manner of death, yes.
And so you performed an autopsy on both Christopher Scott Kyle and Chad Hudson Littlefield on February 3rd. What was your understanding of what their date of death was?
Well, the information as it's in the report is that they were found on the 2nd.
Okay. And is that not unusual for you to do an autopsy maybe the next day?
It's not unusual at all.
Okay. Particularly if an investigation goes on into the night or in the evening.
Well, that and the fact that there's a transport involved, which can cause the arrival to be later than anybody's working at that time.
And so, can you tell us, was there a unique identifying number associated with your autopsy of Chris Kyle?
Yes.
And what is that number?
13-1983.
Okay, and it starts with IFS.
Well, that's the number you see, but I mean, from our perspective, it's the year and then the number.
The year, and it's, so the year would be 2013, that's the 13.
Yes.
And then 01983.
Yeah.
And then what's the number associated with Chad Littlefield?
13-1984.
Would you just explain to the jury what is the process that you go through when you perform an autopsy on an individual, and as you did for these two men?
In autopsies that are done, you do what's first called an external examination, followed by the internal examination. The external examination is that part of the exam which is performed prior to making incisions into the body. So that would be the time period that you would identify what kind of clothing, if they're wearing clothing, what color hair they have, or any injuries that can be seen on the skin surface. During the internal examination, appropriate incisions are made into the body. The organs which reside within the body cavities are examined. Any correlation with injuries from the external exam can then be performed with the internal exam to see what happened subsequent to that. Fluids are removed both during the external and internal examination for future drug testing. The organs are removed from the body cavities. They're examined for either injury or for natural disease. Sections are taken and retained. The remainder are placed back in the body for burial.
And so before you even get to the external exam of the body, are there any procedures that are done to determine, to document the person's clothing, or if there's anything of value or evidentiary value in their clothing?
Yeah, depending on these are all dependent on specific cases. But in a case such as this, I took an as-is photograph. So as I opened the body bag, this is how I saw their bodies. Then X-rays were taken. In the event that it was pretty obvious that there were gunshot wounds, so in the event there are any loose bullets that could be lost within the clothing, so you X-ray the body before you get the clothing off so that you don't lose any sort of evidence.
Because you don't want the bullet to fall out as somebody is undressing the body.
Yeah, because that's what you're trying to avoid, is trying to locate everything.
Okay. And so that x-ray is taken before they're undressed, and then after they're undressed, is that when you do the external examination?
Well, I mean, when you've got the clothing on, that's still part of the external exam. So once you take the clothing off, then you move on to the next part of the external exam, which is color of the eyes, color of the hair, scars, anything of that nature, as well as injuries.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Dr. Barnard, you said you prepared a report on each of these two men in conjunction with your autopsies on them.
It's true.
To show you what was marked as State's Exhibit 303 and 304. And just tell me if you can identify what those are.
I can. 303 is the affidavit as well as the autopsy report and drawing of Chad Littlefield, and 304 is the affidavit and autopsy report and drawings of Christopher Scott Kyle.
And you do a report as well as you do a diagram which documents the location of the injuries?
Yes.
It offers States 303 and 304.
I have no objection to 303 and 304, Your Honor.
States Exhibits 303 and 304 admitted.
And do you have your own copy of these that
I
you
do.
brought with you to court? And also, you had mentioned you take photographs in conjunction with the autopsies. Can we talk about, let's talk about them one at a time. I think that'd sure make a lot more sense than talking about them both. I want you to turn first to the autopsy of Christopher Scott Kyle. May I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
Show you, Dr. Barnard, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 264 through 302. Take a look and just tell me if you can identify those. They've got some little sticky notes on there that are mine. That Do you recognize those photographs?
I do.
And do these photographs truly and accurately depict Christopher Scott Kyle as he was before and during your autopsy?
Yes, they do.
And to be clear, we're going to talk more in length about these injuries, but what was the cause of Christopher Kyle's death?
He died as a result of injuries from multiple gunshot wounds.
And how was that death classified?
Homicide.
And how many times, according to your autopsy, was Christopher Kyle shot?
6.
And do these photographs depict those various gunshot wounds?
Yes.
And would these photographs assist you in explaining these injuries to the jury?
Yes.
There are also some photographs in there of some evidence that you collected from Christopher Scott Kyle's body and from his clothing. Is that correct as well?
That's correct.
And then some x-rays that you were talking about that helps you locate where that evidence is. And do these also assist you explaining your testimony to the jury?
They do.
Now, you don't need these sticky notes on it. You know what all this is, right?
Yeah, I don't need your sticky notes.
At this time, we would offer 264 for the 3 others here.
Judge, I have no objection, 264 through 302, I believe.
All right, State's Exhibits 264 through 302 inclusive are admitted at this time.
Put these over here. We'll talk to you before we start looking at these photographs, Dr. Barnard, about the external examination, just some basics about Chris Kyle's physical condition, okay? You document the age of the person, their height and weight, that kind of thing?
Yeah, the age will be dependent on what someone has reported, the birth date, and then we kind of compare to see if they look like they're appropriately, that's appropriate age.
Okay.
But weight, things like that, yes.
Okay. And so when Chris Kyle was brought into your office for his autopsy, was he fully clothed?
Yes.
And he had not been to the hospital, correct?
No.
So there was not that hospital intervention that you were talking about?
That's correct.
How tall was Chris Kyle and what did he weigh?
Yeah, the measurement that we took, he was 6'1", 216 pounds.
Now, were you telling me earlier, just sometimes their height may not be what it is when, I guess if you're living and you go to the doctor and you get measured, it might be different than that.
Well, yeah, it can be. I mean, lots of people overstate their height and weight. They understate their weight usually, but when you have someone, especially if they're in rigor mortis, there may be some bit of buckling of, say, the knee or something, and trying to get a measurement, we can be off sometimes by an inch or so. So it's not, that wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. So, 6'1".
But that's our measurement.
Okay. And what did you notice first about his physical condition in the external examination?
Well, he's a muscular man, but had 6 gunshot wounds.
Did he have any kind of identifying marks or scars?
He had some tattoos.
And what were those described as?
Well, there was a tattoo on the left upper arm, which appeared to be a cross and an eagle. And then on the right upper back was a tattoo of what appeared to be a frog skeleton.
And now, did he also have some defibrillation pads or? Yeah,
those were done out at the scene where they document that there's no cardiac rhythm.
So
and if they're trying to shock them, then that's what they're using those as well.
So you mentioned you noticed 6 gunshot wounds.
Yes.
And I'm going to assume from your extensive experience being a medical examiner, you know what a gunshot wound looks like.
I do.
Is it a pretty distinctive mark?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's some that have very unique sort of features to them. This was pretty straightforward.
And other than the 6 gunshot wounds, did you notice any, external injuries of note to Chris Kyle?
Well, there were some superficial abrasions on the right and left knees and the kind of the left shin area. And there's an abrasion on the back of the right hand, but nothing that were, and I think over the nasal bridge as well, but not anything of any significance. They were superficial.
Okay. Was there evidence from the external examination, you know, or the internal examination, that there had been any kind of a physical fight, like a, you know, like a fist fight or anything like that?
Yeah, there weren't any blunt force injuries beyond the superficial scrapes that I just described.
Okay. No significant bruising or anything like that?
Nope.
Anything to indicate that? Now, before we get into talking about these specific gunshot wounds, just overall, was Chris Kyle a fairly healthy individual?
Yes.
And did he have any other kind of disease or medical condition?
Now, the most he had was about 30% obstruction of one of his coronary arteries, which that's not significant, not symptomatic.
And then you had mentioned earlier that you get blood samples and also take some other fluid samples from the person on whom you're doing the autopsy.
For toxicology, yes, or for blood card.
And you did this on Chris Kyle?
Yes.
And was he positive for any kind of alcohol or drugs?
There was one medication, but there were no drugs, no illegal drugs, no alcohol.
Okay. And what was that medication?
Venlafaxine.
Do you know what that is?
That's an antidepressant.
Okay. Well, if I could get you, I think it would be helpful, Dr. Barnard. You had mentioned that you did some diagrams mapping out these bullet wounds on Chris Kyle. Would it be helpful in explaining all this to the jury if you could show them on these diagrams where the location of those injuries are?
I think it'd be helpful.
You may.
Which side do you want to get on? Which is your better writing side?
I don't think it makes any difference.
We don't have 3 easels, so we may have to kind of switch these out as we go. There are 3 diagrams on Chris Kyle, correct, Dr. Barnard?
Yes.
Just here, speak up so this man over here can hear you when you turn away
I
from
don't
him.
think that'll be a problem.
You've testified in court before, right?
Many times.
Many times. So did you find it necessary to do 3 different diagrams for Chris Kyle because of the locations of the injuries that he has?
Because of the fact that the wounds were, these drawings are 2-dimensional, and obviously a body's 3-dimensional. These diagrams allowed me to be able to get not only the front and the back, but the side as well, to show the injuries.
Okay. And before we get into those, I'd like to publish to the jury State's Exhibit 264. Dark. Is this Christopher Kyle in the condition that he was in when he came into your medical examiner's office?
Yes.
You can kind of see here, he's wearing his clothes. He's got the defibrillator on, defibrillator patch, whatever you call it.
Yes.
And that's the condition that he was in as he was taken out of the body bag.
Well, they usually stay in it for the most part, but yes, that's the way that he was first seen when we opened it. So you can see the underneath, there's the body bag below.
And this one's showing his clothing, his pants that he was brought in wearing.
Yeah, that's what we call the as-is photograph.
And And this is State's Exhibit number 265. State's Exhibit 266.
This is the identification photograph that shows the face as well as the unique identifying number, so you can correlate who it is that you're doing the autopsy, visually their face as well as that number.
Now, on your diagram here, you have numbered the different gunshot wounds, correct?
Yes,
And you have them numbered 1 through 6 on here.
that's
right?
correct.
Now, does your numbering system 1 through 6, does that mean anything about the order in which these injuries were received?
No, the wounds have to be separated from each other, so I could have used letters or I could have used numbers. It is strictly for identification. It doesn't reflect that what is called 1 was the first shot. 1 could have been the last shot, could have been the first shot, could have been in the middle, but
Okay.
you gotta separate them
All
out.
right, we got to start somewhere. So, let's start with what you're referring to as shot number 1. That's actually on this one down here. Let me give you the pen if you need to mark anything on here. Now, on these diagrams, Dr. Barnard, you've indicated that there's a code for entrance wound and exit wound.
Yes.
And so the solid dot means an entrance wound, and then the open circle means the exit wound?
Yes.
Okay, and so wound number 1 goes into what part of Chris Conley?
Wound number 1 is a gunshot wound of entrance in the right side of the face, right in the jaw area. And that bullet, after going through the skin surface, then went through the oral cavity and then struck the second cervical vertebra. It caused an injury to the right side of the spinal cord, and then it exited out the back of the neck, just slightly to the left of midline.
And do State's Exhibit number 267, does this show that injury
Yes, shows the entrance wound.
to the right side of the face here?
That's correct.
So that's the one that you're calling entrance number 1.
Yes.
And then State's 268, is that just a close-up then of that bullet wound?
Yes.
Now, how do you tell, Dr. Barnard, what's an entrance wound and what's an exit wound?
Well, it's based on a lot of experience and training, but in general, an entrance wound will have a more regular appearance. Usually has an abrasion where as the bullet enters, it's causing a scrape to the skin surface. The exit wounds are usually more irregular. They usually don't have an abrasion unless there's a reason for it. So it's having done a large number of autopsies, but there are some unique features to it.
I'm sorry, Judge, I think there was a juror that has a issue.
Hang on just a minute. Mr. Bailiff, see what that is real quick. Jurors having trouble seeing?
Yes, Your Honor. If you'll let me cut this one off also.
We'll try that.
Is it a problem with this thing?
See if we can move this to a little better location.
Okay, we can move it up. Is the glare?
Yeah.
Let me move it up here.
Is it clear on the drawing or the photo?
Maybe we need to move it up a little bit. And if y'all need to. Can these folks over here see? Better? Okay, we're doing this for y'all, so. Okay. So you were talking about how you distinguish a entrance from an exit wound.
Yes.
And you were talking about an entrance wound and describing that, so.
Yeah, I've already been through the fact that of what the characteristics are. There's a more regular appearance. more circular appearance, not always that way, but in general, and that the exit wounds are more irregular.
And so, we had just looked at a close-up of that wound number 1 in the right side of Chris Kyle's face.
Like the entrance wound, yes.
Right, the entrance wound. States number 269.
Yeah, that's the photograph of the exit wound, which, where's the panel here?
Do you need, we have actually a,
Touch
clicker.
screen.
Yeah, we've got, why don't we do that? We've got. And then there's also the one on the touch screen that they can use.
Use your finger.
Yeah,
You actually can come up here.
try not to hit anybody with this laser. What you can see is the exit wound in the back of the neck. Just above it is a small abrasion, and for these two to then be related, which they are, it requires the skin fold to be together. So in other words, if you raise your head slightly, the skin fold this then becomes the upper part of this wound. So as the bullet exits, it's scraping the skin surface as it goes out.
And so this isn't 2 bullet wounds, this is
No.
1.
No.
And then state's exhibit number 270, is that a close-up of what you were just talking about?
Yeah, it's a close-up. Here's the defect where the bullet comes out. This is a scrape, so that when this bullet came out, this part of the skin was on the upper portion of the exit wound. So if you just turn your head slightly up, you have a little bit of a fold in the skin, and they then become in proximity to each other.
Now, on your diagram here, is there something that we're referring to as state's exhibit number 2? This is a different diagram. So actually, we kind of have to combine this one and this one to accurately and adequately describe this, don't we?
To show both the entrance and exits and,
Okay.
yes.
We're gonna talk about 2, 3, and 4 right now, so let's put them on top. Okay, there's one that you've identified as, wound number 2. And that appears on this diagram to be kind of in the shoulder area. We can look at these photographs. The state's number 271. And you can actually, I think, stand back there.
Well, you can see the entrance wound. It's on the back of the shoulder area.
And then state's exhibit 272, is that same wound?
Yeah, that's a different angle. This is photograph taken from above onto the back of the shoulder.
So in this photograph is Chris Kyle, actually he's face down.
Yes.
And over there on the very left side of the photograph, is that his head?
Yes.
Right. That would be his head here.
That's correct.
So if you can kind of point out to the jury, because I think you were telling me, because this is 2-dimensional and we're 3-dimensional, kind of point to, if you can just sort of use me to demonstrate for the jury, where is that bullet wound?
Yeah, the wound's going to be in the upper part of the shoulder, slightly to the backside, so more to the top and towards the back of the shoulder.
And then so in this photograph, he kind of has his arm up.
Yeah,
Out
I
like
had
this.
to move the body to be able to get an angle to get the photograph the way it needed to be photographed.
Okay, and so it's sort of in this back of the shoulder area.
Yes, it's going to be up in the top part of the shoulder.
Okay. Now, where is the exit wound for number 2?
There is no exit wound.
Okay, and so were you able to, and we're gonna look at some x-rays later, prior to doing the autopsy, did you take the x-rays of Chris Kyle while he still had his clothes on?
Yes.
And did you find some projectiles from a gun within his clothing?
Yeah, there were 2 bullets that I found in the clothing, which validates why that's a good reason to take x-rays before you get the clothes off. But within the back part of the clothing, the shirt area, there was one projectile that was recovered. Also in the clothing adjacent to the exit wound for number 4, there was also a projectile. And then I could see on x-ray that there was a bullet which then correlates with wound number 2, ultimately correlates with wound number 2. And then just on the exam, you could see a bullet somewhat protruding through the partial exit of wound number 3.
For wound number 2, you said, so it doesn't have an exit wound.
No.
Can you tell the jury what was the path that bullet, wound number 2, from number 2 took in his body?
After the bullet went through the shoulder area, then went into the right chest cavity. It went through the right lung, it then went into the mediastinum, which is the mid portion where the heart is housed. It went through the superior vena cava, which is the large vein that brings blood back from the upper extremities as well as the head back to the heart. It went through the aorta, which is the large artery that then pumps blood to the rest of the body. It then went into the left pulmonary artery, the left bronchus, went through the left lung, and then penetrated into the left chest wall, which is where I took the bullet out.
Okay, and so, and where did the bullet end up, if you can kind of point on the diagram?
Well, the bullet ends up kind of just in this general area.
Sort of the lower left abdomen?
Well, it went through the 8th intercostal space, so it's adjacent to that. So it's going to be roughly in this area.
Now, and was the direction, I guess, when that bullet was right to left?
It's right to left, it's going back to front, it's going downward.
And you had mentioned several major arteries that this bullet damaged.
Arteries and veins as well as both lungs.
Was this a fatal injury?
It's a rapidly fatal injury.
Backing up to number 1, the one in the side of his face that comes out the back of his neck, was that also a fatal injury?
Yeah, in my opinion, that's a fatal injury because the fact that it's a bullet, and as a bullet is traveling, it will release kinetic energy. And so as high as that was hitting the spinal cord, a lot of times that force goes straight up to the brainstem area and knocks out the ability to have heartbeat, respiration, things like that. So in my opinion, that's also a rapidly lethal injury.
And talking about back to number 1, the one in the face that comes out in his neck and damages the spinal cord, is that a type of injury that would have caused either paralysis or loss of the ability to stand up?
Well, again, that can be a rapidly lethal injury, but by virtue of hitting it as high, the cord as high as it is, yeah, that would knock out stimulation both the arms as well as the legs, so that wouldn't be able to maintain very well. That would usually drop.
So if, and you mentioned earlier, you don't know the order of the gunshots, but if number 1 was the first one, is it likely that Chris Kyle would have fallen down?
I would have expected that to happen. I'd expect him to go down from that shot.
How about number 2? Is that something that you could still remain standing after that one, or?
Well, the magnitude of that injury is so substantial. I mean, there's not something neurologically that would prevent you from standing, but by virtue of the degree of injuries, I would expect someone to drop pretty quickly with that.
Now let's move on to discussing, well, let me see, we don't have an exit wound to number 2. Let's talk about 3 and 4. And on here, can you point out what part of the body has 3 and 4 in?
3 and 4 are 2 gunshot entrance wounds that are in the upper part of the right arm.
And
on
where?
The side portion.
So where is the exit of wound number 3?
Now, number 3 exits, and then it partially exits, and then attempts to re-enter into the right axillary or armpit area. But the bullet itself was sticking in the exit part of the arm. Because the bullet went through the humerus, the bone, it lost a lot of its energy, so it slowed down, and then exited and penetrated into the axilla, but didn't go any further than just fairly superficial penetration.
Okay. And on the same photograph that illustrates 3 and 4, are we also seeing what you're referring to as 5 and 6?
Yes, you can see those in the lower part of the photograph.
Okay, so take us through, wound number 3. Where is the exit of that one? Oh, you said it came out here.
Yes.
So we've got a photograph of that. This is a close-up of 3 and 4, is that correct?
It's a cleaned up and close-up photograph of 3 and 4.
And these are the 2 in the upper arm.
Correct.
Now, skipping ahead, there's a, is there an X-ray of that arm?
Yes, there is.
State's exhibit number 302. Does that illustrate the broken bones in that arm?
It does.
Is that a pretty thick bone in the human body?
Well, I mean, as bones go, yes, that is. I mean, it's a fairly good size, and depending on the person, the bigger the person, the bigger the humerus will be.
With this type of breaking to this bone, this humerus in his upper arm, would you expect Chris Kyle to have been able to use that arm after he'd been shot there?
Yeah, you would be able to maybe use your fingers, but as far as being able to have any purposeful control over the upper part of the arm, I would find that hard to believe. Because in fact, both 3 and 4 went through the humerus, so it's broken in more than one area.
And that's his right arm?
Correct.
And you were talking about the, how 3 and 4 went through that arm and then I guess exited the underside of the arm.
Yes.
Is this his underarm that we're looking at here?
Yeah, this, trying to find if I'm trying to laser myself here. This is the arm, if you raise the arm up, so this is the undersurface of the arm. That's the exit. Then there's a small little hole in the armpit region, and that's where the bullet tried to exit and just penetrated, so that would put the arm against or in proximity to the chest at the time that bullet tried to exit, so that it made a hole in the side.
So you're saying basically the bullet went through his upper arm, came out under his arm?
Yes.
And then kind of went back into his upper chest area?
It just penetrated superficially, yes.
Okay. And State's exhibit number 276, is that a close-up of this injury that we're seeing here, this exit wound?
Yes.
State's number 277, what are we looking at here?
That is the exit of gunshot wound number 4.
Okay. So we were just looking at 3, this is number 4.
Right, 4 in the entrance you saw previously was just below 3, but then on the undersurface of the arm was the exit for gunshot wound number 4. And it's because of the break in the humerus, that's why it has a weird rotation to it.
Kind of twisted looking.
Yes.
Okay, we were talking about, there was that other photograph on the diagram that showed number 5 and number 6. And I keep getting ahead of myself. Number 3 and number 4, would those be considered to be fatal injuries?
Well, they're not as rapidly fatal as the others. In terms of if you injure one of the brachial arteries, things like that, they could be. Certainly over time they could be infected, but they're not rapidly fatal like these others.
Okay. So number 2 and number 1 were certainly more rapidly fatal injuries than 3 and 4 that broke his arm.
Although those are substantial injuries, but people do get operated on when they've had fractures of their arm and they survive. But it's fragmented pretty badly. But again, those are potentially fatal as compared to rapidly fatal.
Okay, number 5 and number 6. Can you describe to us number 5, and then where is our exit wound to number 5?
Yeah, the entrance of 5 is on the side of the right side of the chest. The entrance to 6 is on the right side of the chest, a little further behind. The exit wound for 5 is in the left side of the chest, kind of where the chest and the abdomen come together. The exit for 6 is in the flank area. So the kind of the back where the abdomen, kind of the love handle area meets the back. It's kind of what would be the best description for it.
Not a medical term necessarily, but
No.
we all know what you're talking about when you say that. Number 5 and 6, are those depicted on State's Exhibit 278?
Yes, the entrance wounds are both seen on this exhibit.
Okay. And what was the, I guess, the path, the trajectory of number 5? You said it was right to left?
Well, the bullet entered from the right side. It then went briefly into the right chest cavity. It went through the right hemidiaphragm. Diaphragm is the muscle that separates the chest and abdominal cavity. Went into the liver, went through the gallbladder, went through the stomach, went through the colon, and then it exited right, as I said before, kind of where the chest and abdomen meet together. So it's going to be right to left. It's slightly back to front and slightly downward.
And was this a rapidly fatal injury?
Yes.
And this is just, States 279 is a close-up of those 2 bullet wounds, correct?
It is, yes.
And 280 is just an even closer up of number 5, is that correct?
Yeah, 5, 6 is to the side of it.
6, okay. States Exhibit 281, what is this?
281 is the exit wound to number 5.
Now, was it 5 or 6 that caused the, there's some damage to his kidneys, is that
That's
number
6.
6? Okay, we'll talk about that. This is the exit to number 5.
That's correct.
Okay. And is this States number 282 just a close-up of that exit wound?
It is.
And so I think these photographs that we just looked at kind of illustrate what you were talking about, the more regularity of the entrance wounds versus the exit wounds.
Yeah, well,
Here,
they do to me. You can see this is a more rounded wound. It's got this kind of area that's dried. It's called an abrasion that kind of surrounds the entrance, whereas the other one is a very irregular defect. And those are more classic entrance and exits.
So yes, so the irregular defect that you're talking about on the exit would be illustrated by this one.
Yes.
On the 282. States 283, I believe this is the one that you had referred to as the exit wound in the rear flank area.
Yes, that's the exit to gunshot wound number 6.
Okay. And explain to us what is the path and the trajectory that this one is taking?
This bullet entered the right side, and because of its location, it went through what we call the retroperitoneum. The retroperitoneum is that portion that's behind the abdominal cavity. So it went through the right kidney, crossed over, went through the left kidney, and then it exited out the back portion of the left flank.
And now, was it somewhat unusual that it, I don't know the medical term for it, the part of the kidney that was damaged, the, like the pole?
The lower pole, that's just the lower half of it.
Okay. And was it somewhat unusual that it took out both of those, but then didn't damage, say, his spinal column?
Yeah, it is what it is. I mean, the body can be turned to where that when the bullet traverses, that it hits what it hits. Sometimes there's some unusual paths, but in this case, it didn't hit the vertebral column at all. It went straight across and hit both kidneys and then exited.
If someone were just standing, say, just straight on and got shot straight on from the side, would you expect to see damage to the spinal column if you saw that same kind of injury to the poles of the kidneys?
If it's a straight on shot, that would be a little unusual to see that. So I think it'd be more likely that there may have been some rotation of the body at the time the discharge occurred.
Okay. Maybe some kind of twisting.
Or something.
Right. And again, there are varying factors that affect how these injuries occur, correct?
Right, I mean, the track is what it is. I mean, I went through from the entrance all the way to the exit, and so I know what it did and didn't hit, and the fact is it did not hit the vertebral column.
But so we can, though, only determine some things about the position of the victim or the position of the shooter. So if one of those things changes, the other
Well,
thing might change.
Well, yeah, well, both of them are changing.
Right.
The shooter is moving, the person who's the victim is moving, so lots of things can change what may alter a trajectory from what would be a perpendicular impact.
But he's getting shot from the right side. All of these are from the right side to the left side.
That's correct.
Including the one in number 1 through his face.
Yes.
Now, you have a series of photographs, Dr. Barnard, States Exhibit 85. Is that just showing sort of a minor abrasion?
That's abrasion on the left knee.
85.
Yes, 285, I'm sorry. And this is certainly not a gunshot wound.
No, these are all superficial.
And then States 286, just some little,
Yeah, that's over what you typically call the left shin, so it'd be between the knee to the ankle.
we just see some minor,
Little superficial abrasions.
so again, no major injuries there.
Nope.
Hands,
Well, in this case, this is the right hand. There's a small abrasion on the thumb side of the back of the hand.
kind of in here.
Yes.
And then this is the left hand.
Yes.
Any significant injuries to that hand?
No.
States 289. Is that a hand as well?
That's the right hand. That's the close-up of the abrasion that was between the index finger and the thumb.
The one that was kind of on the edge of that other photograph?
That's correct.
Okay. This right here. Does that appear to be a fresh injury?
It's consistent with at the time of the shooting, but I mean, you can't document it by looking at it, but it's consistent. It's a fresh injury.
And I may have forgotten to ask you, regarding bullet wound number 6, was that also a rapidly fatal injury?
Well, that would be knock both kidneys out. I think it's certainly less rapidly lethal than 2 and 5, but it's still rapidly lethal.
Now, you had mentioned, Dr. Barnard, finding several bullets either in Chris Kyle's clothing or in his body.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you States 290. Actually, this part, well, you might need to refer to where it was located on his body. Now, it says here, tell you what, why don't we have a seat and we'll take it from here, from the witness stand, because it might actually be easier. If you need to do anything, do it on that screen. Is it on?
I don't know.
I have to put something up there for it to be. States number 290. Now, there appears to be some initials down at the bottom of that envelope.
Yes, these are my initials, and this is a bullet that I took out from the exit of gunshot wound number 3.
So the one that kind of came out in that sort of underarm area.
Yes, ma'am.
And States number 291, is that just a close-up of that
It is.
projectile, that bullet fragment? States 292, what is that?
That's the bullet that I took out from gunshot wound number 5.
The one
I'm sorry, gunshot wound number 2.
oh, the
One from the shoulder. That's the one that came out.
The one that didn't have an exit.
Right.
So that was found actually in Chris Kyle's body.
Yes.
And this is a close-up of that same bullet.
Yes.
Show these to the jury so we know what we're talking about. This is that first one. The one that came out of number 3 near the underarm.
Yes.
That's the same one, and then this is the one from number 2.
Yes, I
that did
took
not
out the
exit
chest wall. Chest wall.
And then this one, 294 and 295, just so it's up here closer and you can identify your initials.
Yeah. Yeah, those are my initials. This is the bullet that I took out in the clothing that was adjacent to exit wound from gunshot wound number 4.
Again, in this arm area.
Yes, on the inside portion.
So it went through his arm and ended up in his clothing.
Well, it's adjacent to it, so while it could be from another gunshot wound, it's adjacent to the exit of 4, so it's consistent with that.
Logical conclusion is that it's from that.
Yeah, I don't know what else it would be related to otherwise.
And that's State's Exhibit 294 and 295. And then, so you can see 296, 297, and 298. Again, these are bullets that you collected from the clothing, is that correct?
Now, this is the bullet that I took out of the back of the clothing in the back portion, so the shirt area that was loose. So it could be associated with gunshot wound number 1 or 6, as far as wounds that exited out the back.
That's 298. 296. 297. Now, Dr. Barnard, you're not a ballistics expert, you're a doctor. Right?
Yeah, but I mean, I know some things about bullets, but as far as weighing and measuring, doing all that, I don't do that.
You have experience retrieving bullets from people's bodies, their clothing during autopsies.
True.
Right, but you were saying you don't usually quantify or label what caliber a bullet is.
No, in terms of my experience, I try to generalize what I think, what area it is, but as to what kind of weapon it is, as to the specific weight and caliber, I leave that to the firearms experts.
Now, State's Exhibit number 299, 300, and 301. These are x-rays that you took while Chris Kyle was still clothed, is that right?
Yes.
And again, these are showing the locations of those bullets that we just kind of went through.
Yes.
And so number 299, is that the one that we just looked at that appears to be, I don't know, zoom back out, a fairly intact, well-formed bullet?
Yes.
Not as deformed as some of the other ones.
That's correct.
Number 300. Is this something up here?
Yes.
And what is that one?
Now that's, it looks to be another projectile from what I can see, but all the bullets are accounted for, but that's up in the the side of the chest.
And then this is that one that we were just looking at in that other photograph?
Yeah, appears to be.
State's Exhibit 301. This is glare on this one. What part of the body is that?
That again is going to be, should be the left side, maybe flipped around, that may be the right side. Without having enough of that, I can't really tell you very well. That may be reversed.
it also part of your procedure when you're doing an autopsy on someone to collect a blood sample from that person so it can be sent to a lab and compared for DNA purposes?
Well, one of the standard things is a blood card, so that there's 4 spots on it. There's a lot of DNA that's recovered out of the red blood cell. We also recover a large number of blood for toxicology testing.
And was a blood card collected on Chris Kyle?
Yes.
Also, do you collect hair and other samples?
Standards usually, unless there's something that jumps out in the hair that would be needed for trace evidence.
And so this is something that you do so somebody later can come along and have what they call a known sample of this person's DNA or whatever type of tissue that they need.
Well, yeah, it's got hair if it needs to be compared. It may have roots if you need DNA, but with the blood card, you've got all the DNA material really you need.
And do you do fingerprints as well?
We do fingerprint, yes.
You may approach the bench.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we need to take up one matter. It's going to take about 3 to 5 minutes. If you'll just step out, not even a full-blown break. We're going to do a couple of things in here right quick, and we'll bring you right back in. All right, you can be seated in the courtroom. Ms. Starnes, you may proceed. You may.
Dr. Barnard, I'm going to show you the review mark for identification. It states number 224 and its contents. Would you just take a look and tell me if you can identify 224 and what its contents are?
Judge, what's that exhibit number?
224.
I can. There's a blood standard. There are fingernails from the right and left hand of Mr. Kyle, the 4 bullets I previously described, and a head hair standard.
These were all retrieved from you during your autopsy of Christopher Kyle.
Yes.
I'll get it back. And after you retrieve these from Chris Kyle's body during the autopsy, then where are these kept in a safe place before somebody else retrieves them?
Yeah, they all have a barcode. They were transferred electronically and into a locker immediately upon completion of the autopsy, and it was a seal locker in the evidence registrar area.
Okay. And they're kept there in a safe place and secure place until, say, an officer picks them up and transports them to the lab for further testing?
Yeah, they have the decision whether they have the Southwestern Institute of Forensic Science crime lab analyze it, or they pick it up and take it somewhere else. But it's secure and locked.
And so in this case, are you familiar from this sticker on here, do you recognize that from your experience as the Garland DPS lab?
I don't know what their numbering is. I wouldn't be able to answer that.
GAR wouldn't be too far afield if it's
No.
Garland DPS though. And that's in the Dallas area?
Yes.
DPS lab up there. So these remain here until, in your locked evidence locker until an officer transported them to the lab?
They were in the evidence registrar secured area after being removed from the locker, and they're kept in the locked area until they're either worked by my lab or they're transported to another laboratory.
At this time, the offer states 224. And the
Objection.
contents.
Objection.
State's Exhibit 224 is admitted, and that's the envelope and contents as described.
Here, at this time as well, we would offer states 208, 205, and 207.
Objection.
State's Exhibits 205, 207, and 208 are admitted. Give me 1 second. proceed.
Now let's move on, Dr. Barnard, and talk about your autopsy of Chad Littlefield. Now, you stated earlier that that was performed on the same day that you did the autopsy of Chris Kyle.
Yes.
And you already gave us Chad's identifying number for your medical examiner's office. What did you notice about Chad Littlefield when you performed just the external examination?
Well, that he also had a large number of gunshot wounds as well.
Just some basics about Chad Littlefield. How tall was he and what did he weigh?
6 foot, 230 pounds.
Now you note things, and I don't know if I mentioned this over when we were talking about Chris. You mentioned in Chad's report, did he have some earplugs in both ears?
He did.
And did Chris also have earplugs in both of his ears?
In the right ear.
In the right ear. Did you notice any other signs of injury or medical problems that Chad Littlefield had, other
No.
than these gunshot wounds?
No.
And did you do a toxicology screen of blood and other bodily fluids on Chad Littlefield?
Yes.
And did he have any kind of drugs or alcohol in his system?
No.
Did Chad Littlefield have any kind of identifying marks or scars?
He also had some tattoos.
Okay. And what did you note the tattoos to be?
I described it as a multicolored tattoo of the face of Jesus with roses, and that would have been on the right upper arm, on the outer aspect, and then a tattoo with which appeared to be the name Morgan on the side of the left upper arm. And then there's also another tattoo on the right ankle.
And how many gunshot wounds did you count on Chad Littlefield?
7.
And did you also photograph his body?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you Dr. Barnard's State Exhibit 236 through 263 and ask you if you can identify those photographs. Are these photographs that you took during the autopsy of Chad Littlefield?
Yes.
Do they truly and accurately reflect his condition before and during the autopsy?
Yes.
Going to read off for 236 through 263.
I have no objection, 236 through 263, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibits 236 through 263 are admitted, and that is inclusive.
And just like you did with Chris Kyle, did you also do a diagram of these injuries on Chad Littlefield?
I did.
Sorry, Your Honor, I think I may have jumped the gun on some of these numberings. As far as Chris Kyle's diagram, we need to offer State's Exhibit 206.
That makes sense, no objection.
206 is admitted.
Actually, Chad Littlefield's is number 205. Do you recognize this, Dr. Barnard? This is a copy of your diagram that you did
Yes, I do.
for Chad would also offer, or re-offer, I guess, we jumped the gun a little bit, 205, the diagram of Chad Littlefield's injuries.
Have they been identified? It's been removed. Yes, 205, yes, well, that's true. I still have no objection. Okay.
So if I could get you to do the same, Dr. Barnard, come up here and let's talk about these injuries. Is this in a place where everybody can see? Okay. Okay, before we get started on that, State's Exhibit 236. Is that a photograph of Chad Littlefield as he came in?
Yes, that's the upper half of the as-is photograph.
I just move it up a little bit, see his lower half. This shows his clothing. Is that
Yeah.
correct? This is State's Exhibit 237.
This is the lower half with shoes and the identifying number.
State's Exhibit 238.
This is the identifying photograph that we take with the individual's face as well as the unique number.
Here, if I could pass 239 to the jury. I'll display it up here. To be clear, Dr. Bernard, he doesn't have any injuries in the area that that sticky note is covering up.
No.
So, you know, Dr. Bernard, we were looking at this photograph, State's 239, just kind of to orient the positioning of this cluster of bullet wounds in this upper shoulder area.
It's also, after the body is cleaned, and it has the upper half of the body, and it just so happens that it shows also several gunshot wounds.
Okay, as you did with Chris Kyle's autopsy, did you also number these bullet wounds that you found on Chad Littlefield?
I did.
And again, as with Chris Kyle, the numbering that you assigned to them does not indicate the order of the bullets.
That's correct.
This is just for your purposes, so you keep track of the different wounds.
Yeah, and frankly, it was, you start at the top and kind of work your way down, and that's the way the numbering I did.
Okay, so let's talk about, the one that you have labeled as bullet wound number 1. Describe to us what area of the body that's in.
Yeah, gunshot wound number 1, the entrance is in the top of the head, very slightly to the right of the midline. That bullet went in through the skull, went in through the right side of the brain, went into the left side of the brain, and then exited out the back of the skull, and then ultimately exited out the back of the head.
Can you just use me as an example and point to me to show the jury what part of the head is this on?
This would be on the top of the head, slightly to the right of the center, and then the exit wound is in the back of the head to the left of the center.
I'm just trying to point out.
So it's a front to back, it's a right to left and downward trajectory.
So State's Exhibit number 240 show the location of that bullet wound number 1.
Yes, it does.
This is in the top of Chad's head.
That's correct.
Now, obviously, you were the one that shaved his head.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 241, is that a close-up of that bullet wound?
It is.
And that's an entrance wound in the top of the head.
It is.
Now, when we're talking about the exit wound for number 1, should we also talk about another wound that Chad has, that's where the exit wound is going to be nearby?
Well, the entrance wound of gunshot wound number 3 is adjacent to the exit wound of gunshot wound number 1.
Okay. So I think we have these just in order, the photographs are in order of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So let's go to gunshot wound number 2, and then we'll come back to the exit wound from number 1.
All right.
Makes sense?
Number 2 is an entrance wound to the left side of the face, to the left of the nose, that goes through the maxillary sinus, which is kind of the cheek area, the front part. It then goes into the left side of the neck muscle, down into the shoulder and upper back area, and exits out like I said, the left back and shoulder area.
So States 242 shows that injury.
Yeah, it's to the side of, here, to the side of the nose, and then it goes through the sinus, and then heads through down into the musculature of the neck, and then out.
So from front to back and then downward.
Front to back, right to left, so it's going from medial or inner aspect to the outer aspect and downward.
States Exhibit number 243, is this a close-up of that bullet wound number 2?
Yes.
Right there beside his nose and under his eye?
Yes.
States number 244, what are we looking at here?
Now, 244 is the photograph of the exit wound of gunshot wound number 2.
So the one that you were just talking about that went in his face, next to his nose and under his eye, came out here.
Yes, went through the neck musculature and out the shoulder, back area.
So into his face and out his back shoulder.
Yes.
I believe 245 actually may orient us a little bit better to that location on his body.
Now, you can't see. There you go. There's the neck, there's the shoulder, there's the upper back, so right kind of where the shoulder and back come together.
And if it helps at all to just demonstrate on me, what part of the shoulder we're talking about?
We're talking back in the shoulder, kind of depends on where you define your shoulder, but where the shoulder and the back come together, so it's in the upper portion.
Okay. Went in his face, came out there.
Yes.
Now, bullet number 1, was that a rapidly fatal injury?
Yeah, it was rapidly fatal. There are contusions of the brain. It goes through portions of the brain that are not survivable. There are multiple skull fractures. In fact, there's skull fractures of the orbital plates, which could also be associated with 2, but there are fractures that are clearly associated with 1, with contusions or hemorrhages along the bullet tract of 1. It's a rapidly fatal injury.
And so as we kind of go through these and talk about them though, the way the locations of these different bullet wounds are, would somebody have even been standing still or able to move or stand after bullet number 1?
No.
Bullet number 1, would that have pretty much finished anybody off?
Yes.
Immediately?
Yes.
And so if that had indeed been the first one, would it have been pretty unusual to have these in the locations that they are, these other injuries?
Well, you wouldn't be standing, and so then you'd have to get into some sort of position to be able to explain or justify how you have kind of the buried entrances in the back end and the sides were on the top, if that was the first one.
And Chad being, I think you said 6 feet, 6'1",
6 feet.
thereabout. and it's right in the top of his head, it's what we call the vertex of the head.
Right, correct.
It would be, and then to have this wound track that comes out, like you said, from the top to this bottom part, back of the skull. Would you say, in your opinion, that it would be rather unusual if he were standing straight up when he received that wound?
Now, the only way you can do that is if someone's up above shooting downward. Otherwise, Mr. Littlefield's position would have to change, the shooter would have to change. If someone bent their head over or someone's on the ground, anything like that, where then the shooter becomes above shooting downward. Or if someone's laying down and someone's standing above. But if he's standing upright, that would be an unlikely shot. Certainly, if he's standing up and looking straight ahead, you'd have to have shooter markedly above.
So would bullet wound number 1, in your experience, could that be consistent with someone possibly being down on their hands and knees and having their head facing the shooter?
Well, it could be, except that to get this trajectory, get a trajectory like this, then you have to have a shooter, you have to have the shooter in position with the weapon aimed to allow for this sort of trajectory.
So you have to be somewhere though lower.
Yeah, if you turn this way, then it would be more of a straight on shot, but the gun held at a lower angle. So you could be on your knees, but the shooter would need to be above, or you'd have to move the head to a position that would allow that.
So somewhere down low some way. Or would it also be consistent with somebody, just leaning over?
Again, you have to make the trajectories match up, so yes, technically you can do that.
Is it also consistent, bullet wound number 1, with Chad lying on his back?
If he's lying on his back, then you would have to be in a position to shoot, to allow for the entrance to come here and exit out the back. So could you do it additionally?
Which is that upright is probably the least likely of these scenarios.
Standing upright would be the least likely, in my opinion.
Bullet wound number 2, was that a rapidly fatal injury?
Well, when you take into account that you've got skull fractures, you've got a little bit of blue discoloration around the eye, that probably some of the orbital plate fractures are not just related to the top, then it certainly could be lethal, but certainly less so than 1.
And now, let's talk about number 3. You've got it marked here on this diagram as being to the back of the head.
So the entrance is to the back, the exit is to the right side of the neck.
So it originates in the back of the head, and then it originates in the back of the neck.
Exits in the back of the neck. Yes.
I'm sorry.
It exits in the back of the right side of the neck.
Enters and exits in the back of the head and neck.
Yes.
So State's Exhibit number 246 here. Again, you've shaved Chad's head to show these wounds.
Yes.
Now, are we looking at 2 different injuries in this?
Okay, you're looking at exit for gunshot wound number 1.
So this is the one we were just talking about, went in the top of his head and came out the back of his head there.
That's correct.
And then number 3.
This is the entrance to number 3, and that's the exit to number 3.
So this is the entrance,
Yes.
number 3, and then the exit is over here.
That's correct.
And so would that put a trajectory on that bullet, pretty much like that?
Right, it's going back to front, it's going from left to right and downward.
Back to front, left to right and down.
And this is his left to his right.
Right. State's Exhibit number 247. Is that a close-up of those 2 injuries that we were just talking about?
Yeah, that's a close-up of exit to gunshot wound number 1 and entrance to gunshot wound number 3.
Okay, let's talk about number 4. I'm sorry, jumped the gun here. States 248. Is that showing us that exit wound on number 3?
It is.
So again, this would be the entrance, and then
Correct.
this is the exit.
Correct. That's correct.
Downward and to the right, back to front.
Correct.
Now, 249, is that this is a close-up of this injury, the exit wound,
That's correct. It
to
is.
number 3 of his neck?
That's the exit, yes.
States number 250, I think is that a close-up of what we were able to see in that full-body photograph?
Yes, yeah, it covers the same area that you would see in the broader picture.
And what numbers have you assigned to these injuries?
There is the entrance to 4, which is an irregular entrance wound, and the exit to number 4, and then you also can see the exit to number 5.
So that would be these on this diagram, in
Yes.
this upper right shoulder area.
Yes,
And so let's talk about number 4. The entrance is where? Right here at the top of the shoulder, it appears to be,
it is.
and then comes out
Slightly lower.
slightly below it. And then number 5, now we're looking at, on this photograph, and here on this diagram, this is an exit wound to number 5, is that correct?
That's correct.
So where is the entrance wound to number 5?
In the right back.
Right over here?
Yes, that's correct.
Before we get to number 5, was this, again, a close-up of number 4, states 251?
It is.
And 252, also a close-up of the wound associated with number 4.
That's correct.
Now, is number 4 a rapidly fatal injury?
No.
Okay, we're talking about number 5. States 253. We're looking at Chad's back here.
Yes.
Now, we see actually how many injuries on his back?
All right, you can see entrance to gunshot wound number 5, entrance to gunshot wound number 6, and then up here you can kind of see a part of the exit wound of gunshot wound number 2. But the main focus of this photograph was entrance 5, entrance 6.
So the one that went in through his cheek by his nose and came out his eye is up here.
Yes.
So which one is number 5? Is this one number 5?
Number 5 is to the right of midline, so that's correct.
When we say midline, you're just talking about your
Middle of the back.
backbone.
I'm sorry, you talking.
When you say right of midline, that means to the right side, right of the back, right part of the back.
And now, is this one here, what you're referring to is gunshot wound number 6?
It is.
Again, that's an entrance wound, isn't it?
It is.
States 254, is that a close-up of number 5 and number 6?
Yes,
This being 5 and this being 6?
that's correct.
States 255, just a little bit closer view.
Yes. In this particular photograph, I just had a unique number above 6, and this one and the other one, it was above 5.
Okay. So again, here's 5 and this is 6.
That's correct.
Just again, a close-up to confirm that these are entrance wounds and not exit wounds.
Well, it's to document their existence. I know their entrances and exits, but it gives the features that shows that they are.
Yes. Now, where is the exit of number 5?
Number
Is that
5,
here?
number 5 is in the right anterior chest and the front part of the chest.
What kind of organ damage did number 5 do to Chad?
After the bullet entered into the right chest, went through the back, went into the right chest, went through the lower lobe of the right lung, the upper lobe of the right lung, and exited the front of the right side of the chest.
And you may have already said it, but I've forgotten, is 5 a rapidly fatal injury?
Yes,
Would this have caused massive internal bleeding?
and did.
And then number 6, where
Six's exit wound is in the front part of the chest as well. After the bullet entered the left mid-back, it went through the sixth thoracic vertebra, went through the spinal cord, went into the mediastinum, went through the superior vena cava. It then went into the right chest cavity, through the right lung, and then out front of the right side of the chest.
This be a rapidly fatal injury?
Yes,
It caused massive internal bleeding?
yes.
You mentioned several, major veins, arteries, associated with this injury.
Well, the lung as well as the superior vena cava, so yes.
And just explain to us, what's your superior vena cava?
That's the large vein that brings blood back from the head and the upper extremities back to the heart.
And then you said also it caused some damage to the spinal cord as well?
Yes.
Would that have been an injury that would have caused Chad to fall down or become unable to move?
This shot through the spinal cord would remove all supply, neurologic supply below that, so there would be no way to stand up, you'd have to fall.
And that's number 5 or number 6?
6.
So pretty much everything below that injury.
Well, thereabouts. I mean, you get some damage that goes a little bit above, but just for generality's sake, everything below is knocked out, which then includes supply to the legs, so you can't stand.
And then, let's see if we have some more photographs associated with that. Are we back looking, well, these are our exit wounds, is that correct?
Yes.
Of which one, 5 or 6?
5 and 6. So you have 5 and there's 6.
So this is the exit of 5, and this is the exit of 6?
That's correct.
So was the trajectory on these 2 bullet wounds, was that going slightly upward?
The 5 is going upward. 6 in reality is not necessarily going significantly up or down. It's close to straight across. It's back to front and it's left to right.
And State's Exhibit number 257, is that a close-up wound of the exit of number 5?
Yes.
Wound number 7, what part of the body is that in?
Now, the wound number 7 is a gunshot wound entrance exit complex of the left hand that enters to the back part of the hand and goes out the front part of the hand when you have the hand with the palm facing outward. That would be the standard anatomic position.
In State's Exhibit number 258, is that a photograph of
That's the
what you're
entrance
calling
wound.
number 7
That's the entrance.
in Chad's hand? And then State's number 259, is this the exit wound in Chad's hand of number 7?
Yes.
So we're talking about basically this part of the hand, entrance, your point out on mine.
Yeah, it does not go through bone, so it's all to the soft tissue, so it's going this direction. Back to front in anatomic position.
The back being this part or this part?
No.
This part.
This is the back.
Thought so.
Back
Just
of
make
your,
sure.
back of your hand, front of your hand.
Gets a little confusing. Now, number 7, that's not a fatal injury?
No.
A rapidly fatal injury?
No.
So in terms of severity, these injuries in Chad, which ones were the most severe?
Well, one is the most significant. There's several very significant injuries. 1, 5, 6, 2, 3, and 4, and 7 not so much.
Referring to Chad Littlefield, did he have any chance of surviving these injuries even with extraordinary medical intervention?
None.
How about Chris Kyle? Did he have any chance of survival even with extraordinary medical intervention?
No. No.
Not at all. You can have a seat.
were you able to obtain anything from Chad Littlefield?
One bullet.
States number 260 and 261, is that the photograph of the envelope and bullet that you retrieved from Chad Littlefield?
Yes.
And where was that found?
That was in the back portion. It was somewhat near to adjacent the exit wound of gunshot wound number 2.
The one that went in his face and came out the upper back shoulder area?
Yes.
And then States Exhibit 262 and 263, do those show that bullet on the x-ray?
They do.
This is 260. And again, were these your initials?
Yes.
A little further away. 261.
It's my initials.
I believe on this one we can see the bullet.
Yes.
And then 262. This is the x-ray, correct?
Yes.
We can see that bullet here on the x-ray.
That's correct. You can.
Same thing on this one,
Yes.
in that upper shoulder area.
That's correct.
That's 263. Dr. Barnard, I'm going to show you what we've marked as States 225 and its contents. Would you take a look at that and tell me if you can identify the contents of the bullet?
I can. It's a blood standard, a head hair standard, and the bullet that I took at the time of autopsy.
The one that we were just talking about, the photograph.
Yes.
So it's just one bullet that you were able to find from Chad Littlefield.
That's correct.
At this time, we'd offer, I'll go through this just for the record. These items were collected at the time of the autopsy of Chad Littlefield, and they were stored in the same manner that you stored the samples and the bullet, the evidence taken from Chris Kyle's autopsy as well.
Yes.
Stored in a safe evidence locker.
Yes.
We'd offer this time 225.
No objection, 225, Your Honor.
States Exhibit 225 is admitted. That's the envelope and contents being as described.
And you're all pass the list.
Hey, Dr. Brown, I've got some great news for you. I'm not gonna ask you any questions. I know you had some important engagement to go to, and I think you did a very thorough job. Is that fair enough?
It's, from my perspective.
Well, I thought it might be. Anyway, I read the autopsies, I think they're very comprehensive. I do wanna make sure I understand, so in both Mr. Kyle and Mr. Littlefield, there was zero evidence of any alcohol or any controlled substance.
That's correct.
But Mr. Kyle did have a medication that helps fight depression.
There's a low dose of an antidepressant, yes.
That's for folks with depression, is that correct?
Well, there may be other uses for it, but but that is typically what it's used for.
And at the time of at the time you received these bodies at the morgue, the Dallas County, do you have a contract with Erie County to do autopsies?
No.
Why did they go to Dallas County, do you know?
Justice of the Peace ordered it to our office.
Your office was compensated for the work done on it, I understand.
The county is.
Well, I understand the county, but you're an arm of the county, is that fair to say?
Well, I work for the county. The office is a county office.
Matter of fact, y'all just opened a new facility off 35 recently, didn't you?
Well, depends on what recently means. It's
Okay.
2011, so it's,
A couple years ago.
yeah.
So, in all fairness to you, you're an expert regarding evaluations of scientific information, but you're not trying to tell this jury you can testify that determine the position of the shooter versus the position of the person who was shot. Is that fair to say?
Other than in certain hypothetical situations, certain things would be consistent with it, others may not. As to saying what the specific positions during this shooting, no, I couldn't tell you exactly what positions they were in.
On either one of the two men?
Right, again, certain hypotheticals, I can say I agree that that would work, but and others may not. But as to the exact sequence of events or the exact positions, no.
That's all I have. Thank you. Have a safe evening.
I have no further questions for Dr. Barnard.
You may still, may be excused.
He may be permanently excused, Your Honor.
The objection does state.
No, Your Honor.
Dr. Bernard, that concludes your service in this proceeding. Good luck to you, sir.
Thanks. That talk slow enough for you?
We don't have 15 minutes.
All right, it's 5:45. It's a good place to stop for this evening, so that'll be all the evidence we present to you this evening.